Dire wave
3.
Our anthropology is not derived by human psychology or, empirical data from MIT or something like this. It's derived from the revealed aspect of what we see in Christology. And so there's no real way to diagnose man's problem and to understand man and man's anthropology, as I said, without the right theology. Logos is the icon of the Father, and man is the icon of God. We are the image of God.
Dire wave
3.
dire wave,
3.
The arts reflect the soul, the spirit of a people. Architecture reflects the soul, the spirit of a people. And so therefore you can see the degeneracy, you can see the degradation, and the loss of aesthetics, the loss of the idea of there being harmony, order, symmetry in aesthetics is connected with the loss of a coherent worldview and philosophy.
Yo, yo, yo. All right. Welcome, y'all. Hopefully you can hear me. Hopefully the sound is all straight. I think we're good. Everything should be worked out. This is, I guess, a long time coming. We need to do this reply. Not so much because Lofton puts out quality content, but because Lofton is being propped up by much larger channels, like our good friend Matt Fradd from Down Under. So if we're looking for the source of a lot of the carbohydrates, it's probably from the Foster's beer from Down Under. We all know those beer steins from Down Under don't probably have any beer, but rather cake icing. And that helps to describe what's going on with our good friend Eric. Eric, you're just such a cute little lovable old circle over there. You're like a living sphere. How can I get some of that warmth coming off of that as I just sort of orbit around your spherical shapes there, Eric? Now, we are going to be serious tonight. We're going to get into the topics. But as you guys know, I do like to joke around. Unfortunately, we're dealing with some guys who can't take jokes. I remember when a lot of this dust up happened several years ago, maybe even 4 years ago, maybe 5 years ago now. Eric messaged me, and he said, "Jay, I can't go on the internet no more because my children look on the internet and they see cartoon strips making fun of me." Literally said that to me. Cartoon strips? Memes? I'm sorry you got memed. Welcome to the internet. And I don't feel sorry for you. How many thousands and hundreds, maybe not thousands, but hundreds of memes have the trad cats done of your boy right here? Do I care? I don't care. I think it's funny. It doesn't bother me. When it gets really nasty, though, that's when I think it goes over the line. And when it comes to going over the line, which we're going to get into some of that tonight, it is not the Orthodox who've gone over the line. It is consistently the unhinged trad cats. And Lofton has sort of distanced himself from the trad circles. At one time, he had Michael Lofton on, the famous HOLO denier, and they took that interview down. So Reason and Theology, of course, I've told that they took my interview down. That's fine with me. I don't care. I think they left up probably the Ibarra debate. But the point is that the things that come out that are difficult, they don't really like to have a lot of those things up. So I'm told, I haven't looked, but somebody said that he took down the old talk that we did on Paulinism, because back in the day, there was a lot more of a friendly attitude, I guess, about all this stuff. And so there was, at one point, a discussion that we did about Paulinism. I don't see it So I don't know, but I mean, he's got, endless blathering, rambling live streams. So, I mean, nobody could really make their way through all of these, boring hours of videos. Although the good news is that we have, not myself, many other people are working on a series of things that are going to be coming out. And they're going to be full-on responses to everything that Lofton has put out. Not all of this endless stuff, but the main things against us and our circles. Because I think, what happens with Michael, as everybody knows who is familiar with this subject, is that anytime there is a new issue that Francis does, right? And the new scandal, anytime there's a Francis scandal, Michael puts out a flurry of videos coming after orthodoxy. And that is really designed, I think, to deflect from the just outrageous level of scandals. Of course, we're going to get into what this was recently. This was, of course, the synod on synodality, radical inclusion, and the female diaconate, which is, everybody knows, the preparatory stage before female priests, which his sect will be doing, mark my words, in the coming years. So I'm sure Michael has his coped explanations as to how it's not infallible, dog. It ain't infallible, dog. Yeah, okay, whatever. We'll get into that. But you'll notice in the last few hours or 2 days, it's all Orthodox. It's Damick. It's the mysterious priest who's going to convert to Orthodoxy, to Eastern Catholicism from Orthodoxy. There's a 1 hour and 10-minute specific coming after me and Taylor Marshall. There's another one on Byzantine Catholicism, and there's also, he put up a 1 minute clip somewhere about maybe a short, doing the usual sort of piety thing where he says, I need to repent for, quote, trashing Trent Horn. So I think the most annoying thing, first and foremost, about Michael is that he really loves to always play the piety morality trump card. He loves to do the you need to show charity, dude. You need to show. So when he's on the screen, it's all about charity. It's all about piety. But we're going to look at some of the things that Michael does in the background as he publicly puts forward all of this piety and the face of piety. Is Michael really pious? Well, let's see if that's the case. So we're gonna do some of the greatest hits over the years, because a lot of people are coming to a lot of this stuff and they don't know all the background. They don't know what happened over the years with my own personal discussions with Eric. I know Eric a lot longer than I had any brief interactions with Lofton. So we go way back in the sense of just internet interactions. So I don't mean we go way back in the sense like we used to chill, we used to go to that Golden Corral back in the day when we was dipping our cups in the big chocolate fountain. One of the favorite things that Eric does, especially when it comes to pondering what he's going to do in his forthcoming books. Most of those books are written at the all-you-can-eat buffet section of Golden Corral, and he typically situates himself right next to the big chocolate fountain. So if you're looking for Eric Ibarra when you're down in Florida, you might try the Golden Corrals and try to scope out the chocolate fountain, because that's pretty much where you're going to find him. Anyway, so let's get to the first clip. And this is a little bit of a surprise. I think you guys are going to enjoy this. We have Eric Ibarra, who recently called in to the stream with Mike. And so let's take a look at that and see what they talked about. This is a brief little unique clip that's going to kick things off. I think you're going to find this very enlightening. Let's see what they talked about.
Hey, what's up? Welcome to Reason and Theology. This is Michael Lofton. Yo, I got a special show lined up for y'all today. We got my boy E-Dog Ibarra calling in. He's gonna be calling in a minute. We're gonna get the update from the streets when it comes to my boy Eric. He got some update on the Vatican Synod on potlucks. Want to remind y'all I'm asking for money right now. Go to my GoFundMe. There's a little kid that lived down the road from me. He need a new chain, so I'm trying to ask for some money to get that for him. But look, let's talk about my videos. If y'all don't know, I got about 20,000 videos where all I do is just ankle bite at other creators with a bigger audience to kick up drama to get an audience. So I'm right now, just kind of huffing on that drama. You know what I'm saying? Trying to get people to, give me a little bit of attention because my streams would get really boring. If you didn't notice, for a while there, I was getting like 20 or 30 people on the live streams. Yo, I'm just trying to, take down all the people that was haters out there talking to me, especially Jay Dyer, Doc Marshall, aka Doc Taylor Marshall, especially all of the trad world that I have alienated. But look, right now we're gonna take a break from the show. I got to practice with my katana blade. Wah! I'm out here, just try to practice a little bit of self-defense. Some people said I got a bent tip. Hey, that's not charity, dog. Operating in charity. And look, I might have tried to get people deplatformed and all this kind of stuff, but look, let's operate in charity, cause it's pious, it's charity. Don't y'all got charity? Let's get an update from my boy E-Dog Ibarra. Hey, what's up? This Eric. Welcome. This ain't Eric, yo. I'm so huffed up on all this drama. I can't keep names straight. Welcome back to Reason and Theology. This is Eric Lofton. Eric Ibarra is on the line by bot right here. What's up, Eric? How you doing?
Thank you for having me on.
True.
Look,
Yeah.
the thing is, it's a synod.
Hey, look, that Vatican synod, which is talking about bringing ladies into the ministry, you know what I'm saying? I'm not down with that. But hey, it's still all good. They still a
wasn't finished.
But I've
I'm
heard,
not finished.
pray
I'm
tell,
trying to talk.
that this synod was going to have something to do with
Hey, look.
potlucks and the status of potlucks in the church. Is it going to be a quasi-sacrament? I know, Eric, you're really excited about that because, that means you're all good, basically. All right, so let's get to the critique. I got another 3.5 hours of rambling in between somebody else's clips. So y'all stay tuned. Keep your attention. Don't go to sleep now. Hey, what's up? Welcome to Reason and Theology. This is... Yo, what's up, y'all? We done it. We done it. Hey. Yo. Keeping it real. Hope y'all enjoyed that little interlude. That's our first clip. Kicking it off, boy. Now, we're not doing that one first. So the video they're going to be covering is this video, as you guys can see here. This is, I don't know how far we'll get in this because this guy rambles and repeats himself incessantly. So don't worry, we're not going to be doing that forever. But feel free, by the way, you can clip that unique call-in from Eric. And it was kind of weird the way he didn't let Eric finish. But I guess if he had let Eric finish, that would have been another 5-hour live stream, especially when it came to the synod's ruling on potlucks. So what's the background first? Let's deal with a little bit of the stupid stuff, because most of this with this guy isn't really about theology. I think he would like people to think that all of this is about the theological stuff. And I think it sort of began that way. And when he felt like he wasn't getting the channel growth, the attention, the GoFundMes that he deserved, he started getting frustrated. He started, anytime there was criticism of Lofton, he's so thin-skinned and psychologically fragile that he can't take it. And you'll notice that it's not just us, but the majority of his critique videos, they go on and on and on and on. I mean, there's dozens, right? Dealing with Taylor Marshall. I mean, I don't watch any of this dude's stuff. I don't keep up with him. I've never thought he was that intelligent. He won't debate anyone.
He will only debate people in a written form because he's not a very good communicator. He's extremely boring and extremely repetitive. And I think that, that Matt Fradd and Catholic Answers have resorted to hiring this guy. This is really a win for us because this is scraping the bottom of the barrel. I think Lofton has felt this insecurity for a long time, that he's not getting the recognition that people like Trent, Taylor Marshall, all of these other people get. And so he feels like the way to get to that is to focus on all of these drama streams. Now, he's experimented with a few things like trying to be funny and trying to be comedic, but they've typically fallen flat. And so that's another thing I think that bugs him, is that he's not able to really branch out and do the other types of things that the rest of us have a good time doing. And the first lesson that he hasn't learned about any of this is taking himself way too seriously. So the fragile ego on this dude is just off the charts. And he hasn't really figured out that that's not hurting anybody but him. And so the more that, I mean, he should have figured out, I would hope, the way the internet works, the more that you display that you can't take people making fun of you, the more people make fun of you. And as we're going to see, when people made fun of him and when he got exceptionally butthurt, he lashed out with fake lawsuit threats. And this is a number one no-no on the internet. Think about, people have talked for many months, maybe the last year, about all this situation with comedian Brendan Schaub and the people on YouTube that made videos kind of poking fun at him. And, he really had a hard time with that and couldn't take it. And so he lashed out and had lawsuit threats and whatnot. And I'm not knocking Brendan Schaub or anything. I don't know about that whole world. I'm just using this as an example that it was probably a mistake to approach all of that in that way. But, when it comes to Lofton, I think he's just so insecure that he just can't help but react in that emotional way. And typically that's why we haven't really interacted with him in a long time. I'm sure he has no interest in interacting with us. That's fine. But it's mainly because we were all kind of on good terms, years ago. And then I think so the little bit of the background before we get to some of the drama, and then we'll get to the actual video and the theology. What kicked this off was, as you guys know, for many years, me and Eric having back and forths. And essentially at a certain point, I just got tired of interacting with Eric. And that's because, as many people know, and many people who've had lengthy experiences with Eric know, there is a frustration in terms of Eric will appear to understand what you're saying, appear to agree with you, and you'll spend days, hours having back and forth with Eric Ibarra. And then the next day, it's as if you never had that conversation. It's all forgotten. None of the clarifications, argumentation, specification that you made that he seemed to understand registered. It's just gone in one ear, out the other. And so I think a lot of people got frustrated and tired of interacting with this hard-headedness on the part of Eric Ibarra. Then it became a situation where they had their own flare-up at Reason and Theology with Craig. That was an inner drama there. And the irony about all that was that Reason and Theology started out as this neutral platform that was not interested in converting Orthodox people. Of course, this was all dubious and, really disingenuous, because the more that they had Catholic scholars, theologians, and people on, the more it was obvious that it was really tailored to try to get people to become uniates. And I'm not bothered by them doing that. I mean, there's plenty of Catholic apologists who are out there doing that. But it was disingenuous to present this as a neutral platform that wasn't interested in getting people to come back to Rome. Obviously it was. And it's just disingenuous to act like it wasn't that when everybody knows it was that. But this was one of the piety things they hid behind, right? That, oh, well, we're not here to convert people. Why you want to get all hard into this theology? We're not here to convert people. Of course you are here to convert people. Give me a break. What are you talking about? And then so the drama with Craig that they had there, and Craig left because, of course, Craig was Orthodox, is Orthodox. That led to a lot of sour taste in Michael Lofton's mouth. And this was right around the time, maybe right after I had the debate with Ibarra on their channel. And the reason that happened, they always ignore the context. Now, there was a Roman Catholic yesterday in the comments on my community tab saying, "You're not paying attention to the context. The facts and the context is what matters." But really, have you ever cared about the context and the facts concerning any of the background with all of this stuff? No. So people don't know the background. They don't know what's gone on between people in DMs and all this kind of stuff. And I don't expect them to. But in the case of Eric, the reason that we had that heated exchange was because, as I've explained many times, I extended an invitation to debate Eric countless times, probably 5 times over several years. And Eric would never do it. And there were really precise specifications that he would only do it on Reason and Theology. And so he wouldn't do it on my channel. He wouldn't do it on another neutral channel. He wouldn't do it on anybody else's channel. He would only do the debate at Reason and Theology. And so when he went on Reason and Theology on a certain stream, Jay won't debate. You know, I try to give Jay a platform, but I'll come debate. You pick it. You say that when you want to do it, we'll do it. And that's just simply not true. This was the beginning of the problems from my vantage point. So yeah, I was bothered when I came onto that stream. That wasn't a planned debate. I hopped on the stream and I said, "I'll have a debate with you right now. Let's debate the papacy and Vatican II." "I don't want to talk about Vatican II. We'll do that some other time." Knowing good and well we won't ever have another time to do that, right? No, we're not going to talk about Vatican II. We're only going to talk about the quote mines, because that's, of course, Eric's entire project. Now, another reason Eric was mad was that Ubi, one of the apologists in our circles who does excellent work, excellent videos, had just put out a couple videos and articles talking about how Eric had been caught plagiarizing and was passing himself off as the source of lengthy scholarly citations and quotes without attributing it to anything. No sourcing. That's called plagiarism. Now, I'm sure Eric doesn't believe that he plagiarized, but he didn't give any sources, and he gave it as the information, if I recall, on the meaning of the Latin term auctorus, right? Auctoritas. Eric presented this as if it was his research, and so Ubi called him out on that. Well, this immediately caused a tremendous damage in the equally, perhaps even more fragile psyche of Eric, who then refused to have any interactions at all with Ubi. Ubi was now a bad faith actor, even though Ubi was always charitable and friendly to him, while also saying this appears to be plagiarism. Likewise, Ubi called out Eric about the Tome of Leo, which Eric said was an example of an ex cathedra document. And after a lot of debate and discussion, not directly, but through videos and through articles, Eric walked that back because he got caught in an obvious mistake. And we're going to look at what that was in a minute. I'm going to show it to you. Eric getting caught on that. And so all of this was tremendously embarrassing to these guys because it just represented very sophomoric or even freshman level mistakes and errors that they then had to, rather than just say, yeah, that was a mistake. No, now it's cover for all of this, and let's get dirt and let's go after these people. That's what they ended up doing. Now I'm going to show you what all they've done. Now, in the case of Eric, Eric, I don't think was really interested in going after people and trying to do underhanded stuff. He just kind of sunk into the background, sunk back into his scooter or whatever it is that moves him around. I don't know how he gets around, but he sunk back into the background, if that's even possible, right? Being a gigantic sphere. I don't know. But he sunk back into the background somehow and supposedly went to work on this book or this quote mine about the papacy or the filioque or whatever his book's about. But if you notice in the debate with Eric, the heatedness is not something that I just randomly got mad about. And this is something that, here we are, we're almost 5 years away. This was 4 years ago. And everybody in the circles of these people, everybody in these dwindling reason and theology circles are still whining about being mean. This is their number one criticism, is that I'm mean. And the funny thing is that all of the stuff that we did on our end, in terms of laughing about these guys and kind of poking fun at them and jokes and whatnot, they're jokes, right? it doesn't really bother me when the trads make jokes about me. I don't care. They talk about mistakes I've made in my past. But then it got more and more nasty, and this is where things started to get darker and get nastier and take a meaner turn in terms of their approach to these questions. So the irony is that what's supposed to be mean, which is jokes, which is satire, which is poking fun at people, then turns into going after people. So there was a comment a couple years ago in the Discord where a cleric, a deacon in passing, made a joke about Lofton and said something to the effect of that he is tarred. And this got back to Lofton, and Lofton screenshotted it and sent it to all the people in that deacon's diocese with the intention of trying to, all the people at the church in the diocese, including the bishop, if I recall, trying to get this person either in trouble or defrocked. And so that took it to the next level. You notice he doesn't deny that, because we know that he did that. For one, because the cleric in question ran one of the websites where Lofton sent the screenshot and the tattletale. So this again is a person who is, could you imagine if I screenshotted and emailed all of the Catholic dioceses and tried to figure out all the various Catholic critiques and haters out there? I mean, number one, I would never stop emailing, right? Because this would be an endless endeavor of endless emails. And I don't even know, is that even possible? Could you even email all of the Catholic haters and their diet? Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's just, it betrays the where things were going in regard to the approach of these people when it comes to these issues. But you'll notice that by this point, it's no longer about theology, right? It's completely been derailed into underhanded activities, and it doesn't stop there. And so let's get to the next big thing, and I'm going to show you that this is what happened. And this was regarding the time that I was invited on to Gospel Simplicity. And Gospel Simplicity, as everybody knows, is a friendly to everybody channel who was kind of interviewing multiple people about various theological traditions, and he was interested in looking at Orthodoxy, looking at Catholicism, looking at various Protestant theologies, and let me see if I can find that. And in this case, we have Lofton and Ibarra going on tirades in the comments. I want to put this up on the screen for you guys. Show you all the comments of people talking about it, so you know that I'm not making it up, to get us canceled, engaging in the cancel culture. So here's my Twitter where I still have all this saved. Reason and Theology had this lame attempt utilizing SJW principles and cancel culture to get my interview shut down. And of course, this blew up in their face when they tried to do this. In the comments, you had hundreds of people saying this is really lame, really underhanded. Let's take a survey of the comments of people discussing this. It hasn't even been a year since Screenshot Gate. Now, it's a separate issue that we're going to talk about with Lofton and the underhanded activities that he engages in. Everyone has forgotten about when Reason and Theology tried framing Jay in a controversy involving them in Ubi last spring. This was when the video that talks about that is so ridiculous, it talks about me dressed up as a metalhead in a skit. They call that cross-dressing. Okay, nothing to do with cross-dressing, right? So everybody knows what video we're talking about. Video pictures that were basically a movie set with a casket, with a cheap B-movie set. Oh, that makes him a Satanist because he's in front of a casket. I mean, just really ridiculous stuff taken out of context. And there was a comment that I had made 10 years ago or more on a YouTube video where somebody said in the comments, "You look high." I said, "Yeah, sure. I get stoned out of my mind before I read the Church Fathers," right? Which is supposed to be sarcasm. And everybody who is at all, has any IQ can tell that that was a joke and it was sarcastic. Obviously, you're not going to be able to understand the Church Fathers if you're stoned trying to read them. So that's what Screenshot Gate is about. But let's remember that I can't believe that Reason and Theology comes in here to virtue signal, and Jay is obviously not debating, but presenting an orthodox view. Juvenile hypocrisy, petty cancel culture aura. These are all comments underneath Gospel Simplicity when they tried to get me canceled from just appearing. So notice they can't deal with the actual arguments that we were making. They can't deal with what Ubi was presenting. They engage in social justice level cancel culture. And everybody in the comments, this is just a smattering, a section of this. People pointing out, look at that, hundreds or dozens of people, thumbs up. I really hope you don't cave in, talking to Gospel Simplicity, about the dishonest attacks written here by Ibarra and Reason and Theology, to take the interview down due to their pressure. The haters are always going to be the loudest. This is true. This has been true since the beginning of time. Anyway, despite being Catholic, I have a huge appreciation for Jay's work. So you'll notice that even Catholics were noticing that this is piss poor, ridiculous behavior. Now, this is all before any of the more recent ridiculous stuff. And I want you guys to notice this. And again, we don't do drama streams. I mean, Lofton does probably like 60, 70% of his garbage is drama streams. Like, he thrives on this. He can't put out quality content that isn't boring as hell, right? That doesn't put people to sleep. So when things are so slow and in a lull, he has to put out the drama streams because there's no other way for him to generate attention. So this is going to be my reply to this guy. I don't intend to reply to him anymore, but we did have a lot of requests to, please, can you finally do a reply to Eric? Okay. Or to Michael. Sure. Let's do it. Now, he says that this guy says that they operate actually like a cult, which is ironic because how often do they say that, oh, dire right, dire cult, dire's a cult, it's a cult. Really? Here you have Roman Catholics saying that the way Eric and Lofton act is like a cult. And yet another comment, I would have thought Eric Ibarra and Reason and Theology would have stopped their campaign to deplatform Jay after they got caught, notice this, making up lies about him in Screenshot Gate. Again, this was their claim from that dumbass video that 10 years ago when I made a joke about getting high and reading the Church Fathers, that I wasn't joking. And they all know that it's a joke. So that's just totally lying and totally deceptive. So grasping at straws. I mean, imagine nothing else you can do to actually deal with the argumentation over the years. They were so butthurt by Ubi. They all ran in terror from Ubi. None of them would debate Ubi. Ubi gave them all kinds of concessions. And neither Lofton nor Ibarra would do it. Lofton won't debate anybody because he knows he can't do it. I'll only debate Jay in written format. Knowing that nobody's going to read or sit there and do a gigantic 50-page written debate with you. Come on. If Eric can do audio debates, why can't you do an audio debate, right? So he knows that he won't win a debate. He's not any good at it. He can only sit back and ramble for 5 hours on everybody else's clips because what else does he have other than that? So you'll notice that this is their modus operandi. And that was back in March 24 of, I think, 2 or 3 years ago when they had to try to get all this shut down, right? And what is this? This is classic crying out as they strike you. It's exactly what they do. Now, that was just a smattering. There were tons and tons more comments, and this actually blew up in their face. This was a really bad look for them. I want this documented here, and I want everybody to remember it because they hope everybody forgets that. They want everybody to not think that they engaged in underhanded, ridiculous cancel culture, SJW activities, when absolutely they did, and now everybody can see that they did. Next, I want to cover a little bit of what's in David's video, which rehearses a lot of what I talked about. And I'm going to cover David's video because I think David has a lot of the screenshots and the material that I don't have anymore. So we're going to move through this. I'm not going to play the entire 20 minutes. We're going to hit the highlights. And because this went up right around the time that a lot of this stuff was going on. And I might add that nobody seemed to really care about the facts or the honesty when Lofton puts out tweets implying that Ubi is a PEDO, right? He put out that tweet, which everybody remembers. Why am I going to debate a dude that's anonymous? Maybe he a pedo. That's why he's anonymous. Yeah, come on. I mean, anybody that follows this clown, I'm wondering, like, what is the draw here? Like what is it that draws you to actually think that you're getting quality, substantial material from a boring guy who can't debate, who doesn't know anything about philosophy, who just rambles on for hours and hopes that a infinite flood of material will somehow make up for quality, right? Quantity over quality in his case.
Today I want to make a compilation of No Reason and Zero Theology's worst moments for this year. For those who don't know what I'm talking about, this is a YouTube channel that used to be about inviting Christian scholars and academics to talk about Christianity, but the reality is that this is a low-level Roman Catholic apologetics channel.
Yeah, exactly. I like that David brought that up. Can everybody hear David's video okay? By the way, if you guys would hit like and share and support this analysis, we are, as I said, going to be putting out a series of videos and responses. It won't just be me. We're going to have priests coming on also to discuss reason and theology, to discuss it's not just him. It's also, you're saying David's video is low level, or you're saying that the quality of the apologetics coming out of that end is low level? Okay, yeah. So yeah, David's video is great, and he rehearses this very well. I will put this video in the comments for those that do want to watch it. Yes, so the sound is good. Excellent.
That is fervently anti-orthodox, and that has that kind of an agenda against us. This video will illustrate to you the incompetency, the ill will, and the open admittance of heresy from these people. What you're about to see here is not opinion. This is not commentary. It's not just based on mere rumors, but it's going to be based on evidence and facts over long history of this year. So I want to first start by saying that if you're someone that purely focuses on argumentation and logic, this is not really the video for you. I do think the content in this video is going to be relevant because it will help you understand the type of people that we're dealing with. But if you really are just kind of like, I just look at the arguments kind of a guy and I just want to learn, I don't care about any of this kind of stuff, then I respect that. And I will recommend to you Ubi Petrus, his YouTube channel, also his blog. I have some videos, of course, that deal with Roman Catholic arguments. And of course, I would recommend Jay Dyer. If you want a purely argumentative approach to Roman Catholic theology, ecclesiology, so on and so forth. This will obviously deal with Roman Catholic beliefs a little bit, but more so how these people choose to express their defense of their religion. And the first thing I want to talk about is, and to me personally, this is not that big of a deal compared to what else we're going to be talking about here. But Ubi Petrus actually documented clear evidence of plagiarism from one of the members of this group, shall we say? And now, plagiarism can be defined in different ways. There's different forms of plagiarism. There's the intended plagiarism.
I'm going to move past this because I mentioned it. You can go to Ubi Petrus's blog and you can find the examples of this. And let's get to the... Now remember, Michael is always talking about charity, piety. He's always piety signaling. He's always talking about, it's going to be charitable, dog. There's no charity. Jay needs to repent for the way that he calls out Trent Horn.
Next, I want to talk about is the general response to Ubi Petrus's apologetical work from these people. And here's an example where you have No Reason and Zero, this person from No Reason and Zero Theology saying that evil suspicion is a sin, but then pretty much implying and suggesting the idea that Ubi Petrus is a P3DO. Now, some people might say, well, David, you're just misunderstanding, or you're just... That's a misrepresentation. He's not saying that Ubi Petrus is a P3DO. He's just saying because he's anonymous, we just don't know what kind of a person he is. And that is really not a fair defense. Because what if, for example, you were talking positively about someone and then someone came up to you and say, hey, I don't know that person's personal life. So, I just don't know if I can trust that.
And imagine this doubled back on Lofton. Right. Imagine if somebody said, for all we know, Lofton a pedo. Right. If somebody said that, what would he do? He would melt down. Right.
these people need the liars and the slanders, dog.
Person, right? For all I know, this person might be.
I mean, I think the main point here is that these people are pious. They're piety signalers, and that's all for show. In the background, they're not that way at all, right? They're pretty nasty people, and that's why this has gone so sour. We're going to look at more examples as well. You'll see in a minute.
An illegitimate marriage, and I care about that kind of stuff. What if someone made an argument about like that about someone that you consider to be important? I mean, you will think that that's not a good argument.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about people's personal lives. I typically don't talk about that. I don't know what the story is with him, but there's a lot of people who talk about his situation. Talking about Michael Lofton. And so you'll notice that when that was brought up by other, even trads on the internet brought that up in the past, what was the Roman Catholic response when people questioned Michael's personal life? How dare you go to his personal life? This was Ibarra, right? Ibarra was defending Michael. This is outrageous slander that anybody would go to his personal life. Oh, really? What about my personal life? What about the endless stream of accusations of being a druggie, of being a Satanist, being a cultist, being KGB, which all comes out of the circles of these clowns? I mean, as we're going to see in a minute when we get to Lofton's video about me, does Lofton care about evil suspicion in regard to anybody else? No. If you say something about him, soften, right? Crumbles, can't take it. But in regard to anybody else, they're probably pedos, right?
Just because you don't know everything about this person doesn't mean that you can just, you just have to assume the worst, right? And image of the left that.
Yeah, let's get to the next. These are great comments that David has. I'm so glad that David has immortalized these tweets because they really display the fundamental stupidity and ignorance of these people who portray themselves as experts in theology. The degree, I'm working on a degree, dog. But in reality, when it comes to things that you would think are pretty basic, they typically make big mistakes. And we're going to see that not just with Ibarra, but also with Lofton in his recent fumble about the Catholic doctrine of the Eucharist.
A member of the No Reason and Zero Theology crew sympathizes with Nestorius, but he's not alone in this. In fact, a teammate of his states that the Assyrian Church of the East is correct in their Christology and that he will go as far as to debate to defend their position. Now, if you don't know what the Assyrian Church of the East is, or the Church of the East in general is, the Church of the East is the Nestorian church that rejects the Third Ecumenical Council and the Ecumenical Councils afterwards. Now, some, again, will question this, arguing from Dr. Mar Epremuken's article, he states that Nestorian Christology, in fact, is a necessity. He argues that it's a necessity. Theology. And the irony here is...
So in other words, again, just the absurdity of this from the Orthodox standpoint, that now they've done this revisionist historical revision by which it's cool to be, in communion with Nestorians. Actually, Nestorius was actually a cool dude. Jimmy Akin says the exact same thing. And so notice the quality and the tier of what we're getting from these people. And they really, I think, hope that a lot of this stuff gets buried, but it's not buried. And we have... but notice, is the main point here that we think they're bad people? Well, that's part of the point. But the main point for us is that, and it's always been, the theological errors. For these people, it was never about the theological errors when they knew that they couldn't hang with people like Ubi. It became 100% the lowest, laziest approach, which was to go after the people and their character. And you'll always be able to pick out people that are losing a battle, losing a debate, when it turns into this, why do you do this? Why are you hurting us? Why are you so mean? You're such a bad person. And we are just all about charity. It's just the charity of it all. So they suddenly turn into the victims, the oppressed, the martyrs, and you're persecuting us. Well, let's see what they're doing at the same time behind the scenes as they cry out as they strike you.
The person who's defending the Church of the East basic errors. And that just doesn't make any sense. We can clearly see.
So this one is really laughable. This is one of the biggest fumbles that Eric Ibarra has made, and that is to reject the real distinction between nature and person. The irony is that, I mean, even his own theology in terms of the dogma believes that it's a real distinction. And to deny that there's a real distinction between nature and person really denies the fundamental doctrines of the Trinity. In fact, denying the distinction that's real between nature and person is what John Damascus identifies as the root of all heresies. And so you'll notice that in the case of Eric, it's sad because for all of these years of having quality interactions at times with very knowledgeable people, Reason and Theology has had many Orthodox fathers, in the sense of priests, theologians, PhDs, and all of this over, and they've never been able to get anywhere. And that's the real tragedy here, is that something so fundamental as the distinction between nature and person, which is, again, Trinity 101. Here you have Ibarra saying that Rome was correct in rejecting it. Now, the reality is that Aquinas is the lack of clarity here. Aquinas kind of says at times that there's a real distinction between nature and person, and also that person just is nature, or person is relation, etc. He has this tendency to engage in what in theology is called identity thesis, to collapse person into nature. But that's really a contradiction or a lack of clarity in Aquinas, which was already clear in Cappadocian Christology. And these people, unfortunately, aren't even aware that it's triadology. It's Cappadocian triadology that's accepted at Constantinople I, which is the Second Ecumenical Council. I don't even think they're aware of that.
That the No Reason and Zero Theology crew, the reason why they're called No Reason and Zero Theology is because they have zero theology. They make basic theological mistakes that make them...
And they're still making these basic fumbles, as we're going to see here in a moment, with Lofton misstating something basic in Catholic theology as regarding the Eucharist. Where did he take these classes? I mean, I know Catholic theology in terms of the Eucharist, right? And I'm not Catholic, but we're going to find some pretty funny fumbles here in a moment when it comes to. But I want everybody to realize that this is a serious, basic Trinitarian and Christological mistake, right? Do you understand that you couldn't have correct Christology in regard to the Sixth Council if this is true? But this is the level of people that we're dealing with, and I think that when they perceived that they were out of their class when it came to the theology proper of the Trinity, the energies, the Cappadocians, etc., that's when they became suddenly oppressed martyrs, and it was all about the person and the character of the other people. It was all about how they're mean, how they're bad. They completely pretty much gave up on the theology, although we're going to see that in the midst of Lofton's new video, as he tries to make it all about me as a person, he will also try to reply to some of the theology. I haven't seen the whole video, but we're going to be watching it in a minute. So let's see what else David says.
Fall into very basic errors. Another error that they fall into is in the form of rejecting Roman Catholic dogma. Here you see No Reason and Zero Theology state that they do not worship the heart, the physical heart. But Pope Pius XII in Haeretis Aquas, in many places in Haeretis Aquas, by the way, this is just one of the examples. I have an entire video talking about this topic. Pope Pius XII, and this is a document the Roman Catholics have to accept, by the way, explicitly states that Roman Catholics, in worshiping the Sacred Heart of Jesus, they are worshiping a physical heart. So,
notice the defense of the Sacred Heart, which we always said, no, you actually do believe in worshiping the actual physical heart. Classical theists, these people, they spent ages, they spent tweets ad infinitum trying to explain how they don't worship the physical heart, which is a direct contradiction to Pius XII's own thing. Yes, you do. And you just showed that you don't even clearly know or believe your own theology, according to Pius XII. So this is great work on the part of David to pull out this fundamental Catholic mistake. I mean, I don't do any of this goofy trad stuff, right? That's way behind me. I'm so glad I'm out of this nightmare. But I mean, the Sacred Heart isn't just a trad thing; it's also a Novus Ordo Normie thing. They should know that you don't. Well, there you have. We don't worship no heart, dog. We ain't got no heart, dog. We don't worship no heart. Yeah, nah, bro.
I'm sorry, but the point here I'm making is these people are defending the Roman Catholic Church, but they then deny the teachings of the Roman Catholic Church. How are you going to defend?
These are clowns. Why are any of you taking these people seriously? Is it not obvious to the honest viewer that these people are clownish? And that's why I titled this The Papal Clown Mass and Circus, because what we're going to see in a minute is that all of this stuff, especially from Lofton recently, this is all deflection and a sort of a berserker. He's going berserk because of the new synod. Anytime there is this flaring up, it's because they know the heat that's coming from on the part of what Frank does. Anytime there's a new Frank scandal, these people they go wild because they know they have to have some kind of deflection before people realize, hey, wait a minute, this religion isn't about Lofton's views. It's not a religion about Ibarra. It's not about all of these clowns. It's about the clown in chief, Francis, who for us Orthodox is so great because he provides on average about a monthly scandal. And so he's as reliable as the sun, as the four seasons. He grants us these wonderful scandals, which then scandalize these people, and they go into mental gymnastics cope mode. And then they have to vomit out 20 videos to explain it all away. Now, notice, think back a few years ago, maybe 5 years ago. All of those people kind of had roughly, we would say, maybe the same view, right? Taylor Marshall, he was a traditionally minded guy in communion with Rome. He was doing streams with his BFF, Timothy Gordon. Eric was out there doing his papal lawyering and quote mining. You had Reason and Theology probably around that time getting cranked up, getting started. What has happened since that time in the last 5 years? Now, I want you to pay attention to this because what has their chief argument been for all these years? All of them, including the ones that have gone full trad. What has their chief argument been? The papacy will provide you unity, clarity, security when it comes to certitude and doctrine and knowledge, knowing the faith, knowing what you're supposed to believe, knowing what are the basics, knowing what's clear, the actual clear dogmas. Now, this is not a be-all, end-all proof, but this is very instructive in refuting their practical argument. Because they think that this is one of the great trump cards, that it's just practical to have the papacy. So what has happened to the people who went for that just in the last 5 years? And not just those guys, beyond them, to the remnant, to Michael Matt, to those people, to the other trad groups, LifeSite. What has happened? Well, you'll know, I think, that many of them have drifted towards rad trad. Even the remnant. The remnant, a year ago, putting out videos, admitting Francis has taught heresy. Francis is engaged in heresy. Taylor Marshall now he's a trad SSPX this person. Whatever he is. I don't know what he is. Right? So in other words, what was supposed to provide the clarity, the unity, the precision, the certitude in every one of those people's own lives over the last 5 years demonstrates that it didn't do that for them. Now, we could side with Lofton and say, well, that's their problem, right? I'm loyal to Frank, and that's their problem. And again, to be fair to Lofton, he's more consistent than the SSPX people and all those other people in that regard, just in that regard. But has it actually done the trump card argument that they all thought was kind of going to give them what they thought it was? Timothy Flanders, remember? And we're going to talk about some of the people that left Orthodoxy for Rome in the last couple of years, which there are a handful of these people, because Lofton is, of course, making a big deal about a supposed priest who is going to go to Rome to uniate. I don't know what he's going to be. He's going to become an Eastern Catholic priest out of Orthodoxy, we're told, which is possible. We never deny that. Of course, it's possible. Anybody can apostatize. I think a lot of people amongst the Greek Orthodox Archdiocese would like to go back to Rome. We've done many streams on that. Okay, so it's not like we think this is some impossibility. We'll get to that in a minute, but let's finish up with David here.
The church whose teachings that you occasionally deny just for apologetical purposes. It absolutely makes no sense. Let's move on to how these people conduct themselves, shall we?
I'm going to skip this because this is David pointing out what I just pointed out with the attempts to get us deplatformed. Now, did any of us try to go get them deplatformed? Did any of us engage in anything like this? Did anybody email Lofton's diocese and try to tattletale on him for saying something on the internet? Did anybody send fake lawsuit threats to these people? No. But you're going to see that this is how these people act.
Want him to talk about month. There's been a suspicion.
Now we're going to get to some of these suspicions, as David says, about the fake accounts and this whole situation with the so-called converting priest. Now, again, I want to be clear because we had trads and Roman Catholics coming on the comments yesterday, still trying to obfuscate and obscure what the issue really was and say, oh, you're just being mean because you're mad that there's a priest leaving Orthodoxy for Rome. No, that's not what happened. And I think it's unfortunate, but I'm not butthurt because one person converts. And, you know, they hold this up as if this is some sort of trump card, as if, oh, I got one, dog. We finally got one, dog. And you're going to see Lofton literally acting like that over this, which is really just bizarre. Like he believes in his mind that he's got some giant trump card that he can throw down. As if one priest leaving Orthodoxy, which is tragic, is like the triumph of Rome, when everybody knows that thousands of people in the last 5 years have left Rome for Orthodoxy. So, and we're going to talk about a handful of the people, who went the opposite direction. A couple of whom I knew, not Flanders, I don't know him, but there were a couple people in the Discord who did decide for their own self-expressed reasons, which we're gonna see what those were. They weren't theological, which is interesting. So let's look at the first account here that David talks about, and you're going to see why we were absolutely correct to be suspicious about not just the claim of the priest profile. We were completely vindicated in regard to what's supposed to be the priest profile converting. This was all stuff from months ago. By the way, Michael has conveniently deleted his Twitter. So you'll notice that Lofton doesn't have a Twitter anymore. And isn't that convenient? So now that he brings all of this up, he, I assume, thinks that there's not any more of the old record of these interactions, which of course we have all of these screenshots and all this information. But I want you guys to see, well, why is it that before he does all these videos, he conveniently deletes his Twitter? Interesting. It's amazing timing there. Oh, look at that. Doesn't exist anymore. Interesting. Now he says, oh, I was talking to my boy Matt Fradd, and Twitter is a waste of time because it's a bunch of arguments. Which, yeah, that's pretty much what Twitter is. And it can be a waste of time. But, I mean, if you're just using it to put your information out, who cares? But Matt Fradd left Twitter and Michael at the same time. But it's interesting given that he has resurrected this supposed trump card when it comes to the single priest that's converting to Eastern Catholicism. So let's look at the actual profiles that they were all defending. Remember, it's not just about the priest. They're trying to obfuscate it and say, they said it was a fake priest account. Yo, it's not. Look, I got an email from him, dog. No, it wasn't about the priest. It was about the priest and all of the profiles and comments underneath claiming and lauding and praising you.
That there are, what has been suspicious is the intent, but there's been couple of accounts, suspiciously made accounts, a lot of them on July, that they make the accounts, they follow the, No Reason is Zero Theology and people affiliated with them, and then they post about how No Reason is Zero Theology is the reason why they became Roman Catholic, and that they left Orthodoxy and they're against Orthodoxy, and they make these posts against Jedi. As you can see, these newly made accounts that are instantly inactive afterwards, all of them attacking Jay Dyer, and they're all following No Reason is Zero Theology. And so this was very suspicious. These accounts can't be of real people. I mean, you'd think that they will have some form of longevity, but even if it had some form of longevity, you'd think that it will be a bit more organic, like it will be a bit more organic instead of just
Now, let's say from the outset, do we know that Lofton created these accounts himself? No, we don't know that. And it's not possible to prove that. But there is every bit of speculation and thought that, in my opinion, I believe that if not him, other people in his circles were engaged in having sock accounts, which just happened to extol the praises of Eric and Michael and the conversion that they've had out of Rome to Orthodox, or out of Orthodoxy to Rome. And there's another one too that we're going to show you that a lot of people have forgotten. Don't forget this one, which was being touted across Instagram. And again, it's just suspicious that these are anonymous profiles. Could they be? Yeah. I mean, who denies that there are the occasional convert? Everybody knows that it's typically the other way around, right? It's typically from Rome to Orthodoxy. But let's look at this one. And what do we know with this one? Again, this was, I think, from Instagram or Telegram. I don't recall exactly. But you'll notice a pattern again. This one says, "It is a long story, and I've been debating on whether I should address this in a post." Again, a big anonymous profile. "It is the most frequently asked question of the moment. Here's one of the major reasons I've decided to pursue, not to pursue Orthodoxy. There is a Catholic apologist." Look, you can't tell us. I mean, why all the mystery and the anonymity, right? "I am great friends with him, and in due time you will know who I'm talking about. He's working on a new book on the papacy." I think everybody knows this is Ibarra. "It was revealed to me there are a lot of patristic texts that speak on the papacy. Since I am closed friends, not close friends, closed friends with this," so this is written by a teenager, "with this apologist, I was given early access to view some of the quotations, and I was in shock, devastated. I said to myself, how in the world can I go against this? The book is going to change the world of Catholic apologetics. I can't believe I have to be Catholic." Now, clearly, right, some goober from their circles wrote this. Okay, this does not read like an actual person. Okay, I mean, and I have every right to be suspicious of this. "Sadly, I am not allowed to share the quotes. Sadly." Sadly. I mean, this is so ridiculous and dramatic, right? "It's going to change the world. Right now, the book is being reviewed by cardinals and bishops." Really? Sure. Okay. "The papacy book is one of the major reasons I have canceled my chrismation." So again, totally anonymous. Nobody knows who this is. No evidence this is an actual person. Again, look, do people decide not to become Orthodox and go to Rome? Absolutely. Of course that happens. Nobody's saying that doesn't happen. But the people that have done it, guess what? All the ones I know, they were open about it. They were in our Discord. I think we had about 5 of them. There was a girl who did it. There was an Asian dude that did it. Ray Santos. There was Timothy Flanders. He wasn't in the Discord, but everybody knew who he was. There was Gideon Laser, who publicly wrote articles and whatnot saying why. But supposedly now there's these anonymous profiles extolling Eric Ibarra's book, et cetera, which are now supposedly this, be all end all. It's going to change the world. I mean, it's just ridiculous. So let's get back to the rest of David's video.
Instantly going to the jugular the moment the account is made. Especially those who use Twitter regularly will know exactly what I'm talking about. This is another example that I'm referring to, an account made in May 2020. And
now, come on. Who can't tell me that these are fake? These are obviously bots or sock puppets, right? Clearly. Do we know who did it? No. But if they all extol Lofton and Ibarra and they don't have any other content and they attack me, I mean, you can draw your own conclusions.
It only follows no reason is your theology. This was noted by people.
Yeah, I mean, multiple people, hundreds of people saw all of this. Everybody else's take on this. These are fake Greek convert accounts. They're hilarious. They have no profile pictures, no tweets before their tagging of Lofton and Ibarra. Low effort. Another commenter noted that the accounts are created November 2019. They have 2 followers, 4 people, 2 of which are Lofton and Ibarra. 2 followers and follow 4 people, 2 of which are Lofton and Ibarra.
Orthodox Christians in Twitter, where they noticed these accounts as well. So it's not just us, but other Orthodox Christians were starting to have some suspicions regarding this, and they had the same idea that this was very suspicious. But the climax of this, and
now we're going to get to the most important part, which is going to be relevant to what is, this upcoming, trump card knockdown thing that in Lofton's mind is this, puts all this to rest. And that will be the profile, a priest of Christ. And we're going to see that we reached out to this person in a moment. I'm going to show you the emails. And the reason that we knew and were able to reach out to this person is that this person posted their phone number publicly to Lofton, supposedly, right? Now, this is odd that a person who is nervous about converting and in fear, they're scared about getting doxxed, supposedly, posts their phone number publicly. Well, that doesn't add up, right? We're supposed to think that they're so terrified they can be in trouble. They publicly put their phone number up on Twitter to these people to come on the show, supposedly. And I'm going to show you the emails from the priest that we found. And by the way, there's people from his parish in our Discord. I'll show you the emails. And he says that is my number and it is being misused. People have done this before to priests in our diocese. And that is not me. Now, could he be lying? It's possible. Sure. But it's also odd that a priest afraid of being doxxed, supposedly, afraid of being caught in this, is publicly posting his phone number to Lofton and Ibarra. And as we see when we look at this profile, a priest of Christ, we're going to notice that this profile doesn't add up. It doesn't actually make sense. It does not look like a profile of an actual Orthodox priest. Again, it could be. It is possible. But there are significant pieces of evidence that don't add up that do lead us to question. And by the way, this profile is gone. When it got called out, it went away. But we have all this saved. Now, I'm not going to show you his phone number or anything like that because Lofton says that we doxed this priest. They're so evil, dude. They don't got no charity. They doxed this priest. Number one, the priest put his phone number up. So he doxed himself, if supposedly this is this converting priest. But number two, if he is a priest converting to Rome from Orthodoxy, we didn't dox him if he put his phone number up and identified himself as wanting to come on your show. We did the right thing in contacting him because if he's apostatizing, his bishop needs to know that. Because that's not doxing.
What is really insane is this particular account, a priest of Christ, and this account pretty much advertised itself as a Orthodox priest who wanted to become Roman Catholic. And you can see from the way that this person is talking about it. I mean, this person is talking as if no reason in zero theology to saved his life or something like that. I mean, calling himself schismatic and all that kind of stuff. And this was, again, suspicious, but what was even more interesting is that this account not only was affiliated with No Reason in Zero Theology very strongly. In fact, these accounts, some of these accounts were retweeted by these people. So it's not as if they didn't recognize them. Some of these accounts were retweeted by these people. And this person who argued that he was a real person posted a phone number. Now, this phone number is public. It is publicly, you can find it online quite easily. But still, due to the respect of the, you'll understand why I did not include the phone number here.
And you'll keep in mind that we found out who this is, the priest, supposedly, right? And you're going to see the emails that we asked him about this. Is this his profile? Did he do this? And you'll notice that he denied it. This vindicates that we were correct. We didn't do anything wrong in this situation. We did, in fact, what was the right thing to do, which was to find out if this really was the case. And this priest thanked us because he said his phone number and his title and information was being used against his wishes, and that this had happened to other priests in his diocese.
He posted a phone number, claimed it was his, and that, asking the person he's talking to talk to him about this. Now, we've looked into the phone number, and we have done some research. We have contacted the person who has the phone number. Again, the phone number is in public, and that person's name is also in public. And again, out of respect to that person, although again, even if I included his real name, I don't think it will be a problem because it is publicly available information. Everything I've just pointed out here is publicly available information, by the way. But we traced that phone number. We found the person who has that phone number. We emailed that person. Again, publicly available information. Not only the phone number is there, but the email address is also there. So we emailed this person and we asked them if that is their Twitter account. And the person said, no, this is, by the way, an Orthodox priest, an actual Orthodox priest, saying that this is not him, that he's being impersonated. So this sock puppet account was impersonating an actual Orthodox priest by pretending to have a phone number that is actually not his, but someone else's, and acting like it is his phone number. I mean, you can already look from there's the Soviet imagery from the avatar that this is, very questionable anyways. But we have confirmed.
Now, I do want to point that out because you'll notice there's the actual tweet, which I have, and you saw it in David's video. Here's the direct image of the email exchange, because David's version of it is very censored, which, I mean, that was good to do, but I have the actual email. I was not the one that emailed him, but I have it. Here is the actual email, and you can see that it is an actual dialogue response with this Orthodox priest who says that is not him. I'm going to show you again more of this exchange. I think it's this one is the other one. And after he denied it, thank you for notifying me. I have notified my bishop as well. I have heard of this happening to a few other priests in our diocese. The times are evil. And so you can see that according to the phone number that was put up by this profile, which, by the way, after we called all this out, suddenly disappeared, that priest at least denied that that was him. Now, is it possible that this priest intends to keep it secret and on the down low convert to Rome? It is. That's definitely possible. And so, I don't know why he thinks that he's got us in some sort of one up over all of this, which is, one of the reasons that we're doing the stream is because Lofton put up this video about this in the midst of his frenzied posting of multiple videos in the last 2 days. And I'm just pointing out that here's what actually happened. Here's all the screenshots. Here's all the information, which I think he assumed that we didn't have. And I suspect that this is probably has something to do with why he suddenly shut down his Twitter account and is now championing this as if this is a trump card. But yes, I do think it's worth looking at the fact that here's the actual profile of the priest, so-called. Let me see. I've got these kind of smattered everywhere. Okay, so here is the suspicious image, first of all, that the priest uses as his avatar. Now remember, this is supposed to be an Orthodox priest secretly converting to Rome. And what is his profile image? A Soviet poster. Okay, well, I mean, yeah, I guess it's possible. But it's very uncommon in the Orthodox world to have priests posting Soviet posters as their profile. To me, that's suspicious. And then we'll look here at the actual full description of what was supposed to be Lofton's convert priest profile. You'll notice in the background there is odd Marxist Cold War era cartoons, as well as the Soviet poster. Husband, father, priest of the ancient Christian East, divine revelation, primacy, tradition, natural moral law, religious liberty, rule of law. Now, the odd part about this was that back when this profile existed, when all this happened, when you scroll through his feed, it was essentially all Roman Catholic stuff, right? So clearly this is somebody who has and had at that time an affinity for Roman Catholicism, clearly is a Roman Catholic. And so there are different possibilities. This could be a trad or a Roman Catholic who wanted to give the impression that there is a conversion that's going on, and they went and Googled priests' numbers, because many Orthodox priests are public in terms of their telephone number, their address, and all that on most diocese websites and whatnot. So anybody could have just grabbed this number and said, oh yeah, here, this is me. Now, is that likely? Well, you saw in the priest's email that he claims that other people in his diocese have had this problem, where people get the number online and use it on the internet or on Twitter and, claim that they're this person or whatever. Identity theft. So we don't know. Okay. But the accusation was that this profile, according to the person that's number is listed on the profile, is not converting to Orthodoxy according to them. So that's the basis by which we said this is a bunch of bull. Now, could there be a priest who is converting and it's somebody else? Absolutely. Of course. 100% possible. People do leave Orthodoxy, sure. They leave it for all kinds of things. People leave Roman Catholicism, sure. But you can see that all of the actions that we took in this regard had good reason behind them. Those sock accounts that you just saw were clearly fake. And I've got more of them as well that I could show you. Do we know who did them? No, but it is suspicious that they all follow Lofton and Ibarra and tout and champion Lofton and Ibarra and talk about how bad I am.
Basic research that this person was being impersonated. What did No Reason in Zero Theology do? They accused us of, quote, doxing this priest who's not real. This is not a real person. He's impersonating another person. And they claimed us, as you can see, I can't believe these people actually tried to dox these priests. It's totally laughable. And the funny thing is, even people from his camp are starting to realize something is fishy, and they're coming to the same conclusions that I'm starting to come to, where they're suggesting, that it's really strange that these accounts pop up and just, say these things. And I just have no words, just like looking at this and seeing the reaction, right? Because the reaction is much more than just that. The reaction is just just threats as well. As you can see here in the bottom right image, No Reason in Zero Theology actually threatened Jay Dyer to pursue him in court over this. Sorry, but that you're not gonna be winning a lawsuit like that. There's no lawsuit that you're gonna win here.
Yeah, and I mean, the funny thing is that I do have legal protection. This is something that is relatively new in my corner of things, which I'm happy to say. It's a bit of a relief. And so I talked to 2 different lawyers about this topic, and they had a hearty laugh over this, as if this was going to be a basis for a lawsuit. For one, I mean, does Lofton really want to divert the tens of thousands of dollars that he's asking for on his GoFundMe to try to take me to court over tweets? And as you can see, we reached out to the priest to see if this was the case, and of course it was not the case according to the priest in question. But to let you know that that is the case, let's see. I was looking for the lawsuit. Does David have it? I can't see. Maybe he already has it on there. Let's see. I lost my place. I lost my spot, dog. Here, in these, which he removed later, he's asking for dirt, right? He's like, yo, send me all the screenshots you got, dog. But I can, let me show you the lawsuit threat. Here we go. So notice the level to which all this has gone, right? Which is, it went from being butthurt over Ubi to lawsuit. I'm going to take you to court for being mean. So here is, and I want you to see too that in terms of doxing, the only way, I would never give my cell phone number to this goober. But in the full email, that's not the full email. You need to see the full email because it has my phone number in it. And I'm going to tell you how he got my phone number. So this is a form of doxing because I didn't tell William Albrecht that he could give my phone number to Lofton. But of course he did, because these people are the ones that, quote, dox. They tried to get the deacon in the Discord, for example, defrocked by their actions over being butthurt, being called tards. So I'm going to show you the full email and you'll see what I mean here. Yeah, here it is. Okay. So here's Lofton's full email to me. And no, I don't have this phone number anymore. So all the haters who want to try to come at me, yeah, have fun with my old phone number. And by the way, this is why I got a new phone number back at this time, because I reached out to Albrecht to see if he wanted to set something up or have a conversation. Of course, that was went absolutely nowhere. And being the goon that he is, well, of course, he gave Michael my phone number. So this is how Michael Lofton ended up with my cell phone number. Again, this is not my number. If you mess with, this is just gonna be, you're gonna be harassed as a wine mom. So don't waste your time with this phone number. But you'll notice here, this was what Michael said after all of this. I've been legally advised to give you one warning. Of course, when I talked to actual lawyers, they all pointed out that no lawyer would tell him to send me a personal message of legal warning. So this is all bullshit. You are have engaged in multiple acts of defamation. Of course, nothing that has been up or posted about being suspicious about sock accounts, none of that counts as defamation in the last 2 years. So he's going back for 2 years. I don't know what he thinks the other incidents were, right? So he actually thinks that defamation is people making fun of him on the internet. Right. I mean, ridiculous. The most recent is the claim that I created a fake account posing as an Orthodox priest. Well, the claim is that the priest in question claims that it is not his account. Do we know for sure that you did that? Of course, nobody can prove on the internet who did fake accounts and anonymous accounts. What we said is it is suspicious, is questionable, And it all seems to come from your circles. Does that mean that we know for certitude that you did it? No, we don't. If you do not publicly retract and apologize, I will take legal action. Of course, no, I didn't apologize. I didn't do any of that. And you can see tonight why we didn't do any of that, because we have every reason to think that this is fake. And the profile no longer exists. And then he, to try to intimidate me, puts my cell phone number there, which he got from Goon Albrecht. So if anybody doxes, it's Albrecht who doxed my phone number to Lofton, giving Lofton my phone number, which, did I give anybody William Albrecht's cell phone number, which I still have, which unless he's changed it? Nope. Didn't do that. Didn't engage in any doxing to those people. Could I have doxed and given out William Albrecht's cell phone number? Yeah, but I don't do that. I think that's really nasty and underhanded. But you can see the type of people that we're dealing with. These are people who publicly do one thing, present piety, and then on the other end, engage in completely underhanded activities. And then here he is looking for his lawsuit case for people making fun of him on the internet. Ultimately, it's about people making fun of him on the internet.
Then they make up, right? They literally invent some orthobros who make threats against them. By the way, there's no evidence for it. And that's the interesting part. They don't present any evidence.
Oh, I forgot about this, right? A lot of the people from these circles claimed ortho bros were harassing them and threatening them. Never was any evidence of this. Now, I had an actual trad profile make threats, right? Now, I don't think that this person was literally really going to do something. They may. And a lot of the people, especially in the circles of the trads, they're unstable people. But I'll show you the actual comments that I got. And this is another reason why I hire security. And this is not the only one. And this profile identifies itself as a tradcat profile. Other people went and let me know what else was on this person's profile. I didn't know who they were. This is what he said to me. Gay. I said, you're mentally ill. You are a pussy. We will see you in Nashville, tough guy. You'll see, buddy. Keep your head on a swivel. And you go, of course, he has his Bays, trad, red pill, whatever it is. I don't even know if this profile still exists. People did report it. And so this is the kind of stuff that we get from these circles. Now, I don't think that this was Lofton. I don't know who it is, right? It's obviously an anonymous profile. And most of these times, yes, these kinds of things are just teenagers bullshitting or whatever. But I have a wife. I do public events. I have to hire security, right? I have other people to take care of and be concerned with, right? It's not just me going out and doing this stuff, and it wouldn't be that big of a deal. But there are a lot of unstable people out there. Where is the evidence of any ortho bro threatening or harassing these people? I'm not aware of any. And again, yeah, it's true that anybody could create a profile. Is it possible that some ortho bro created that profile to make the Catholics look? I mean, yeah, anything's possible. But we also know there's a lot of people that don't like and can't handle the topics, and so they resort to this kind of stuff.
Really?
But I'm not seeing this from ortho bros, so-called.
Whereas this video is full of evidences and publicly available information. And in fact, in the bottom left,
notice this. Here is this bullshitter. The Orthodox community is making death threats against some of the contributors of Reason and Theology. Where was this? Where was this? I mean, who actually believes this stuff? Now, remember, these are, in my view, my opinion, this kind of stuff is why Lofton deleted his Twitter. I'm sure he's got some super pious reason why he and Matt Fradd had their, bromance and decided that it was wise to get rid of Twitter. But I mean, look at all of this nonsense and the claims that he's made. And now he's a, Catholic Answers, I guess, on the payroll apologist, right? And all of this has been deleted. All of this is gone. Now, he deleted this before he deleted his profile, right? Never gave any evidence, never any proof, Ortho Bros. I mean, this is just bullshit. And why are you following this guy?
You can see from a YouTube community post that No Reason is Zero Theology, in fact, wants people to send them screenshots of so-called acts of defamation, not only from Jay, but also from Perry Robinson. What does Perry Robinson have anything to do with this?
In other words, he's trying to intimidate people, and anybody that has any influence or audience in Orthodoxy, he wants them gone.
Right? It just goes...
Now, does this seem like a person who can handle the actual issues, the topics, the debate? Does this seem like a person who can handle the issues? Or does this seem like a person unhinged who is resorting to anything but the actual issues because he's realized that he can't hang with the topics, he can't engage the topics? I mean, this is clearly going into just unhinged territory. And he probably realized, looking back, how bad all this looks, especially for Catholic Answers. And that's probably partly why he deleted all this. But I don't know. I'm speculating.
Show that these people are just completely unhinged, very incompetent, and, you know, as you've seen here, have been promoters of heresy. And to further illustrate another evidence, the posts on the bottom right and bottom left are now deleted. You can't access them on Twitter, on YouTube, so that should tell you something. And I'm still surprised that people are actually willing to listen to these really just spiritually unwell people who also just don't seem to have anything going for them in the realm of theology. I hope it's not the same case in life, but I won't know about anything like that. But I suppose what is trying to be told in this video has been told already. That is that these people are incompetent, they're promoters of heresy, and they make empty threats, and that's what they always do it. And really, I don't expect anything different to happen.
So, you know, I hope that Catholic Answers understands the type of person that they're promoting and that they've hired. I hope Matt Fradd understands the disaster in waiting that he has hired, and I want them to work together, because I literally believe that this is going to be a disaster. So I hope that you do continue to promote this guy and his materials and the way that he operates, and, you know, have fun with that. That's my sign off, and good luck with all of that. I hope you guys have fun. It will be a sight to behold as we see this unfold. Now, let's get to more of the material. Let's see. What's the real... Now that we've covered some of the dumb drama, what's the real reason that we have this outburst lately? What's really making all... Not just Lofton, but a lot of the trads really nervous? Why do we see Timothy Gordon making those videos? Why are we seeing Taylor Marshall kind of, really going at it and hammering on this? Well... As we said at the beginning, our buddy Frank has dropped another bomb. Biggity baby. Dropped another bomb, dog. What's the bomb that Frank has dropped? The synod on synodality. And what was it about? Radical inclusion. Okay, good luck, trads, with making the mental gymnastics to which radical inclusion is somehow compatible with anything prior to the 1960s. But I'm sure there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. There's always a way to make it work if you just come up with a lot of theological jargon gibberish, scholastic squishing together. Somehow it'll work. Somehow you can make it squish together. What are the contents of the document? It is compiled by a group of expert theologians, lay theologians, bishops, many days, blah, blah, blah. These individuals oppose the traditional Latin Mass, and they are supporters of contraception. Now, contraception is supposed to be against Catholic dogma. Remember, Rome is infallible in faith and morals. And this document is about, as we said, synodality, but it is a conclusive is not a conclusive document because the process is far from over, nor is it part of the church's magisterium. So here's your out, Trav, right? So there's the out. Oh, it's not the magisterium yet. It's not the magisterium. Now, does anybody really believe that Frank is going to pull through here for the trad morals? Okay, good luck with that. The Synod has produced so far abundant fruits and the new seeds of a new growth. The document drew from various archdiocese reports that refer to people who are feeling neglected and excluded, and that includes remarried people, single people, polygamous people, and Skittles people. They all need welcoming in the church. This is, of course, what has gotten all of the, even the normie Catholics nervous. But it's not just that stuff. The pro Skittles images that were shared across social media in regard to the people at this conference. The document said there is a need to draw men to more active membership in the church and enable women to participate in all levels. All levels. Women participating in the ministerial priesthood. That seems to be all levels. And I think everybody knows and consents that in the Roman Catholic world, that this is a move towards female ordination. The first step is female diaconate. The next step is female priesthood. Now, I know that that's against Catholic dogma. But the whole point of this is that the people that are pushing the church forward with Frank at the helm are pushing these things. Goes on to talk about questions in the liturgy, blah, blah, blah. And it also, I think, there's more to, that Frank wants more restrictions on the Latin Mass. And so this leads to the next point, which is that Lofton has alienated a lot of the trads by siding with Francis in a lot of this trad stuff, right? That, well, look, it's time to just kind of get past all this. And there was a group of trads. Let's see if I have that here. Who did a talk about the fact that they no longer like Lofton. Where is that? Maybe I didn't put it in here. I'm not familiar with these guys. I think his name is Kennedy. Kennedy Hall. Where is that? Kennedy Hall. And I guess all of these people, remember, all these people were formerly kind of in the sphere of all of this. The same circles. Well, now I can't find it. Let me see. I think I have it here in my comments to a friend. So just one second, because I do have it pulled up right here. So let me find. And the reason this is relevant is that it's not as if, this is just some, Orthodox versus Roman Catholic thing, and we're just kind of mad. Here it is. We're mad, and it's just this rivalry and blah, 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 blah. That's not what this is. Because, people with a decent audience from his own circles are also notably having similar experiences, bad experiences with this person. And so Kennedy Hall, I don't know Kennedy Hall, but he did a video here about how the trads are not happy that Lofton is a problem. So I'm going to play not a lot of this. I'm going to play a little bit of it, and you'll see what the other Roman Catholics are saying. Again, I don't know Kennedy Hall. I'm not knocking Kennedy Hall. He says that he is a journalist, an author, and a Canadian. And so they had a recent podcast about Lofton. And so let's see what they say.
Welcome to the Kennedy Report. I'm Kennedy Hall. Ladies and gentlemen, Joe Boca's here again. He's here to help. It's becoming somewhat of a theme. We had some technical difficulties, but we got it sorted out. Okay, so Joe and I are going to talk about Michael Lofton today. I'm going to explain why, and I'm going to explain how we're going to do it before we get into this, because this should not be seen as some sort of calumnious, gossipy attack sort of thing. This is actually something that we've talked about a lot. I've been on the receiving end of very silly, unserious, uncharitable maneuvering by him, sort of backbiting through some clandestine, references to my videos and things. I don't watch Michael Lofton. I appeared on his show in the past. He seemed like a nice guy. For some reason, Michael Lofton has made it his goal to basically go after every bloody person on Catholic YouTube except for himself.
Now, this is interesting because other Catholics have noticed that Lofton isn't just so insecure that he's gone after every other Catholic as an ankle-biting drama queen. It's also the case for anybody else that he perceives as a threat or a larger audience in the Orthodox sphere as well. So it's not just the Catholic sphere. These guys are Catholics, so obviously they're going to focus on that. But the point of this is to note that this is not a problem isolated to a personal issue with me. Okay, this is a problem that is noticed by people across the board and people that don't even like us.
I don't understand it. And the way that he does it is a problem. It doesn't match the way that we're supposed to have decorum as Christians with one another. He's not coming to us beforehand and saying, hey, let me discuss this with you privately.
So notice even other Catholics are calling out Lofton on his charity bullshit, right? He's always touting,
a charity, dog. Where's the charity, dog? You need to repent. Oh, you need to repent. Such Christ-like behavior. You guys are not Christ-like, dog.
And if I make it clear that I'm going to go public, I will. I mean, that's totally fine. In a strict sense, sure. If somebody does something publicly, you can respond to it publicly. But if we are truly supposed to be brothers in Christ, this is not the way to do it. There's lots of problems. And personally, I had been on his show thrice, 2.5 times. One time I was late for like a panel thing. I had been on his show basically 3 times. He was very nice to me in the beginning. And then he took this very strange anti-Society of St. Pius X stance.
So, by the way, this was my experience with Michael as well. When Michael originally had me on back, 4 years ago to discuss Palamos, we had a amicable, charitable chat. He was really nice. And then, as I mentioned, there seemed to be this flip where he flips the script, so to speak, and decides that, you're an enemy and you got to be, you've got to have 50 videos made about you to no end, right? And it just displays this insecurity and the weakness of somebody who can't defend their position in any actual debate. He won't debate anybody. I'm not aware of him ever doing any debate. I mean, I think he's been challenged by countless people. And has he ever debated anyone?
I'll debate you in writing, dog.
Which has morphed now into basically an anti-traditionalism stance for them. I mean, he would say he has the true understanding of tradition anyway.
Yeah, and this is interesting. And remember, with masses of people leaving Frank world for Orthodoxy, not everybody does that. Many of them are now going and swinging towards trad world. And so I think, what does Taylor Marshall have? 300,000, 350,000, somewhere in there, subscribers. Michael perceives this as a way to, again, he's not getting the attention that he deserves. And so he has to make the drama streams constantly about everybody else. Again, it's not just us. It's not just me. They're calling him out for going after all of the Catholic YouTube world consistently because in Michael's mind, drama streams are going to grow his audience because he's thinking in an immature way that quantity and drama is more important than quality, but it's not.
Doesn't matter. He's gone sort of nuclear in the other direction, and as a result, he said something very uncharitable on Twitter about 6 months ago or so.
There also could be a grift element here, right? The element that, well, going the trad route isn't necessarily going to make you money. And, Mike Dog has committed his life to this stuff, and if he's in the domain of trad world, you might not be stacking green, dog. Might not be making bank, brah. But there is money to be made as a normie Catholic Answers apologist. Perhaps that could be an element to this.
4 months ago, and I called him out on it, and he blocked me and then made a video about one of my videos. Just like very childish, and it's a problem.
Yeah, I mean, this was my experience as well. As soon as there was a perceived disagreement, I mean, it's just childishness from this guy, and it's always been that way. And if it was just me and him, I could see people be saying, well, this is a problem between you and him. But this is a problem that all of his other Catholic bros are calling out. And it's a repeat problem, because it's not really the issue is with Michael. That's the problem here.
It's a real problem, the way that he's handling this sort of Catholic YouTube thing, because he's very highly read, so he can use lots of big words and cite lots.
I don't know about all that. I mean, that's an area where I would disagree with Kennedy Hall here. Is he really that well read? I'm not sure that he is. I don't think he can actually put together a clear presentation of, I mean, maybe in the field that he studies, he has a degree. I don't know what his degree is in. He has some focused degree, maybe in that area, ministry or something like that. He knows the topics. But from what I've seen over the years, clips here and there, I'm not very impressed with the so-called readership of Lofton. I don't think he actually reads the material that when he brings people on to discuss, he doesn't seem even familiar with their positions. He didn't seem familiar with the fact that when they had Price on, Price points out that there was not this universal supremacy view, right? And they were sort of dumbfounded at this because they thought they were going to have somebody on who was kind of the nail in the coffin, and that ended up blowing up in their face, as many things do.
The things, so people are going to this fella and basically believing that he's sort of like the magisterium and that he has this understanding of the errors of every possible person. And we'll go into that in a minute, but what are your preliminary comments, Joe?
Yeah, I commented I think I commented on Twitter and elsewhere just last week when he did especially when he did a show about, and I'm not speaking for him, but when he did a show about my buddy Tim Gordon, he went 3 hours on the Papal heresy thing, and I know he did like a 50-part series on every jot and tittle of everything Taylor Marshall's ever done, and each of them are 10 hours long, right?
Yeah.
There's a good quote. It might have been E.B. White, but it doesn't matter who it is really, because it's true. Brevity is the soul of wit.
Yeah.
So I commented that. So the latest the video regarding Gordon show, but the more broader point of the question of papal heresy, all of a sudden he is maybe not all of a sudden he's in this position where everything that the Pope says must be just fine, and no matter. And a friend posted a video clip and said this must be tiring of him. It just explaining away, doing these mental gymnastics to dismiss everything that Pope Francis has said.
Yeah, I mean, I think that most people who aren't completely new or completely ignorant can recognize that there's really nobody who gets a better Olympic gold medal for mental gymnastics than your boy Mike over there, right? I mean, the fact that we need Michael to spend 10, 15 hours explaining away, incessantly repeating himself in such a droning on, boring, monotone voice for hours on end, doesn't this itself refute this point that the papacy is there to provide perspicuity, clarity, certitude? Why do we need Michael Lofton's papacy? We need this gigantic 1,000 video interpretation of Michael Lofton's papacy to clearly set it off against the papacy of Taylor Marshall. I'm speaking of the interpretation here. The papacy interpretation of Timothy Gordon. The papacy interpretation of Kennedy Hall. We actually need Michael Lofton as the interpreter of all of that. Who, by the way, doesn't even have the degree that Taylor Marshall has. And why do we need Lofton to do this for us? When, remember, the purpose of the papacy in 90% of the apologetic of all these people was to provide clarity, unity, and certitude. And so every time we see this gigantic kerfluffle amongst these people, all that does is attest to the fact that the practical argument fails. Now, that alone is not, maybe there's still an argument for the papacy there. Maybe there's still a case to be made why the universal supremacy and infallibility and indefectibility and all that's true. Maybe that's still there somewhere. But remember, 90% of the apologetic of all of these people, and what convinces so many people to become Catholic is, I'm going to avoid the divisions and dissensions of Protestantism. There's this intellectual sphere where I can just I can turn my brain off if I have to and trust these people. Trust the people over in Rome. I don't have to deal with all this stuff. And then when the honeymoon is over and you've spent a few years in the world of Roman Catholicism and you realize that that doesn't actually soothe your conscience, and you actually have to grapple with the problems because they probably hit home on the local parish level. Perhaps your priest starts guitar mass, hip hop mass, clown mass. Then it's not as easy anymore to explain it all away. And the first natural explanation is, well, there's liberals in the church and the Holy Father means well and he's trying, but he's, got bad advisors and, well, maybe he makes some mistakes, but not everything's infallible. And so you have the curve, the bell curve of Cope. Then you're on the path to where Taylor Marshall, Timothy Gordon, Flanders, all of these people, the natural route of going trad. And now you're in this quandary of, I have to defend this office and this thing that's supposed to be the rock and the thing around which the whole religion is centered on earth and in time and space. I become a papal lawyer. And everything that I'm defending is consistently undermined by the guy in Rome that I'm defending. Everything I'm arguing for, the tradition, the morals, the handed down, the heritage, the stability, is consistently undermined. Every month in a new gigantic level scandal from Rome. Skittles civil unions. Remember Ibarra explaining that away? Well, it don't mean, but it does mean, but it don't mean this and the da. We've slowed down a little bit. Maybe I need to remind you guys of earlier the interview clip that we had. Let's do a little bit of a replay on that because that was a lot of fun. Remember that? Let's briefly go back to the Reason and Theology clip that we saw earlier to remind you of what is really going on. We have this killer clip here.
Hey, what's up? Welcome to Reason and Theology. This is Michael Lofton. Yo, I got a special show lined up for y'all today. Wow, we got my boy E-Dog Ibarra calling in. He's gonna be calling in a minute. We're gonna get the update from the streets when it comes to my boy Eric. He got some update on the Vatican Synod on potlucks. Want to remind y'all I'm asking for money right now. Go to my GoFundMe. There's a little kid that lived on the road from me. He need a new chain, so I'm trying to ask for some money to get that for him. But look, let's talk about my videos. If y'all don't know, I got about 20,000 videos where all I do is just ankle bite at other creators with a bigger audience to kick up drama to get an audience. So I'm right now, just kind of huffing on that drama. You know what I'm saying? Trying to get people to, give me a little bit of attention. because my streams would get really boring. If you didn't notice, for a while there, you know, I was getting like 20 or 30 people on the live streams. Yo, I'm just trying to, you know, take down all the people that was haters out there talking to me, especially Jay Dyer, Doc Marshall, aka Doc Taylor Marshall, especially all of the trad world that I have alienated. Yo, but look, right now we're gonna take a break from the show. I got to practice with my katana blade. Wah. I'm out here, you know what I'm saying, just try to practice a little bit of self-defense. Some people said I got a bent tip. Hey, that's not charity, dog. You're not operating in charity. And look, I might have had tried to get people deplatformed and all this kind of stuff, but look, let's operate in charity, cause you know it's pious, it's charity. Don't y'all got charity? Let's get an update from my boy E-Dog Ibarra. Hey, what's up? This Eric. Welcome. I mean, this ain't Eric, yo. I'm so huffed up on all this drama. I can't keep names straight. Welcome back to Reason and Theology. This is Eric Lofton. Eric Ibarra is on the line by bot right here. What's up, Eric? How you doing?
Thank you for having me on.
True.
Look,
Yeah.
the thing is, it's a synod.
Hey, look, that Vatican Synod, which is talking about bringing ladies into the ministry, you know what I'm saying? You know, I'm not down with that. But hey, it's still all good. I mean, they still the Pope. But I've heard, pray tell, that this synod was going to have something to do with potlucks and the status of potlucks in the church. Is it going to be...
All right, I hope you were enjoying that refresher there. We had to take a little bit of comedic interlude. What else did I want to cover? So we got to get into a little bit of his video here. Where's it at? So, yeah, this goes on for an hour and 10 minutes. Oh, dude. I got coffee, try to stay awake. Man, this dude will put you to sleep, though. I know that much. This dog will put you to sleep, brah. Get you some no-dos. Hey, dog, get some no-dos, dog.
Jay Dyer used to be, many years ago, a Protestant. He read his way into Catholicism. For a while, he was a Catholic, and then he kind of ended up going into its more radical forms, your radical traditionalist positions. He adhered to that for a while, so he was a radical traditionalist. And he eventually started to question that and then look into Eastern Orthodoxy. He did that for a little while, and then he repented of that and went back to radical traditionalism. And
so this part's not true. I didn't go back to radical traditionalism. I just didn't do anything. So when I had my initial looking into Orthodoxy in 2007, I wasn't ready at that time to give up all the Latin theological positions. And so what I did was I just held off from converting. I did not go back to the Latin Mass or anything trad. I think I went to the Novus Ordo maybe a couple times and just didn't do anything. So far he's being accurate, but I didn't really do anything specific. I didn't go back to rad trad. So that part's not correct.
Catholicism. And then he started to question it again. And so he once again then goes to Eastern Orthodoxy. He did not formally convert yet, but he started to do apologetics for Eastern Orthodoxy and did that for many years. And then after a while, he converted to Judaism.
That's not true. Did not convert to Judaism. What I did was I went and studied multiple things, Neoplatonism. I studied the history of the Jewish liturgy because I was very interested in worship and liturgics. And I thought that this would be a key to how we would figure out who's in continuity with the Old Testament. But I did consider a lot of their theology, their arguments, the rabbinical tradition, and so forth in terms of study. But I did not attend a synagogue or convert in any official capacity.
For a period of time, and was arguing against the Trinity and things like that.
Yeah, I did have a period where I questioned the Trinity, but I also was at the same time studying Neoplatonism and perennialism. Now, I didn't become a perennialist. I didn't go to, Rene Guénon or Friedrich Schumann's cult and join perennialism or anything like that. So this was a period of researching intensely a lot of different traditions. And so if I had a blog post or if I was arguing with somebody on Facebook or something like that, that doesn't equate to the fact that I converted to that position.
And then he repented of the Judaism and then went back to Eastern Orthodoxy, continued to defend it, but had not been.
No, so actually what happened was at this stage, I did nothing. So I did about, I don't know, maybe 5 or 6 years of not going to any kind of religious thing at all. I was reading and studying a lot, but at that time I was really focused on the geopolitical stuff. I was writing for outlets that were solely interested in geopolitics, like 21st Century Wire, that kind of stuff. So I basically got burned out on theology and took an extensive, maybe about 6-year break. I didn't identify as atheist or I wasn't explicitly agnostic. I just didn't really have a position, and I didn't really know what amongst these things was the best option. And because I had spent so much time in my 20s studying Roman Catholic theology, studying biblical theology, studying philosophy, I kind of just got burnt out on it. Now, I've always been honest about that, but the idea that when I would argue different positions at different times, that meant I had converted to that, that's not necessarily the case. I mean, I think conversion is a specific process by which a person goes into that church or into that community. And so, if I spend 3 years reading the perennialists, that doesn't make me a perennialist per se, but it might make me consider their arguments. It might make me consider their positions, and I might argue those positions at different times with different people. So I do admit to having doubts and going through different phases and stages, absolutely. But I never denied that. But the idea that I changed my mind or changed churches or converted to these different positions, all of these many, many times, isn't really the case. So basically I was raised Baptist. I got into it at Baptist Bible College, Calvinism and that kind of stuff. So some people say, oh, see, you changed your religion. Well, many Baptists are Calvinists, and so that's still part of that religion. And so attending a Presbyterian church, I still thought Baptists and everybody that we were all brothers. We were all Protestants, right? That's the classical Protestant tradition. So is that changing your religion? Perhaps in a degree, but I guess it depends on how wide we want to say that. But I think that another thing that's happened to a lot of people in the modern world is that we have been presented with a smorgasbord of options and information that weren't available even back in 2003. In 2003, if you went on the internet, do you know how many Orthodox blogs there were? Hardly any. Very few. Do you know how many Orthodox apologists there were? Hardly any. Maybe a few. There weren't even that many Roman Catholic apologetic websites. There were some. But back in 2003, when I was really beginning to ask a lot of these questions, and in the mid-2000s, the resources at everyone's hands were pretty limited. And everybody knows that since 2003 to now, there is an explosion of probably thousands of Orthodox blogs, probably thousands of Roman Catholic websites, blogs, video sites, etc., podcasts. And I'm not making excuses because could one say that I was a bit unstable? I suppose you could say that. But on the one hand, I think that you're supposed to be open to learning new things and correcting yourself and changing one's position based on new information. And at the same time, we don't want to always be flip-flopping and changing and just swayed by anything that comes along. So there's some kind of balance in between these things that is the case, not uniquely for me, but for anybody. And in my experience, I've known countless people who have gone on a similar journey to me. People who were raised Protestant, they got into Catholicism because, again, if you think back to 2003, 4, 5, there was hardly any information or material out there on the Orthodox Church, at least in the internet sphere. Most of the information was Catholic versus Protestant debates. And a lot of that was Catholic Calvinist debates. So yeah, at that time in 2003, 4, 5, 6, all I knew was that. And as that expanded, you learn more, you read more, you get into more material, right? You realize that, well, hey, maybe I didn't actually know what I was talking about. And this is a thing that's not unique to me. It's something that happens to a lot of people. And the irony is that Lofton himself has changed his position multiple times. So this is a very hypocritical thing to do, where Lofton himself has flip-flopped back and forth between whether he wanted to be at a Greek Orthodox church or whether he wanted to go over to this Uniate thing, or now he wants to have a chapel in his backyard that he's trying to start in his little garage or whatever. I mean, okay, I don't care about this, right? Look, what does this have to do with whether this position or that position is true or false? It really doesn't. This is just a kind of a way to poison the well from the beginning and just make me look like some sort of unstable, shiftless person. But I think anybody who's paid attention to what I do, the material that I cover, knows that I've approached all these topics in a very serious way, and I put immense amounts of time and effort into this stuff. You'll notice the background that Lofton's books back there are in pristine condition and don't look like they've even been touched. And I think you'll notice that when it comes to the books on my shelf, you know, the binding is worn off when it's somebody like Athanasius. So if you want to play the book game and play the, you know, who's solid, who's shifty or whatever, I mean, I don't think that really works for you.
Received into it yet. Did that for a few years and then was finally received into Eastern Orthodoxy just a few years ago.
No, 5 years ago is not a few years ago. So I was received 5 years ago, but he of course has to portray it as if it's all just like brand new, right? My situation with Orthodox theology was something that I began to study in 2007. And that's why I know all this material so well, right? I didn't just start reading Orthodox stuff 3 years ago, 5 years ago. I started reading this material in 2007, and yes, I wasn't ready to become Orthodox in 2007. I mean, I don't hide any of that. I really do believe that a lot of this, like going into the background of people, a lot of that is just really lazy and just like low-hanging fruit type of stuff. Because I don't care who you are, like, isn't everybody going to have things in their background when they were 20 and they believe dumb stuff? When they were 25, they believe dumb stuff? Sure. But I waited for over a decade to become Orthodox. And I did that not because I was just, you know, shiftless and whatever, but because I considered that a serious decision, and I didn't want that to be done lightly. And so I went through the catechumenate in 2007, and I was supposed to marry somebody and join the church at the same time. And we ended up not getting along. We decided we weren't going to be married. And I decided that I wasn't ready for theological reasons to become Orthodox yet. And again, that's not a secret. I'm not hiding that. Yeah, I don't really care about, like, you know, doesn't everybody have problems or things in their background? And so I just don't see why this is like some kind of big own or something like that. And when it comes to this guy, I mean, this guy's had multiple changes of his position as well. I don't know. I don't keep up with him. I don't know his background and baby mamas or whatever the background story is with his personal drama. But, you know, the trads say that that's what was the reason for his bouncing back and forth between orthodoxy or whatever. I don't know. I don't follow or keep up with any of his personal drama.
And then he moved jurisdictions a few times within Eastern Orthodoxy.
No, that's not what happened. I didn't move jurisdictions a few times. So when I moved to Florida, there was not an Antiochian church anywhere near me. The only church that was near me that was rock solid was Rocord. It had nothing to do with jumping jurisdictions. I wasn't fleeing the Antiochians. I have communed in Antiochian churches recently. So this is just another kind of shifty way to try to make it look like I just changed my position. I'm not on bad terms with the Antiochian church and priests that received me. I could go and confess there, and I could receive communion there this Sunday if I wanted to. But I don't typically go there because I have another church that I prefer. So, but this idea, I don't know if he doesn't understand that the way Orthodoxy works, like you're not supposed to, in Rome, you're not supposed to go from the Latin rite to uniate without some sort of special permission. Oh, I mean, it doesn't work that way in Orthodoxy. And I mean, everybody can go and see the interviews that I've done with my Rocord priest. I have another Rocord priest that I go to on a more regular basis because I'm not in Florida. I'm not going to say who that is because that's We don't want crazy people going to church, but the point is that like that's not accurate. But again, I don't think he cares about that.
To one of the more radical versions of Eastern Orthodoxy.
More radical versions of Orthodoxy, right? So what is he even talking about? No idea what he's talking about. Are there problems in the Orthodox Church? Yes. Is ROCOR the radical version of Orthodoxy? I mean, some liberals might think that or say that, but I don't know what he's talking about. I don't think he knows what he's talking about. He's just trying to sort of tell the story that fits with his narrative.
And so that's kind of where Jay Dyer is at. So Jay Dyer has been living this experience of, you know, trying to connect the dots from radical traditionalism to where it leads to. And it's led him to a very radical version of Eastern Orthodoxy.
Notice how what he's decided to do now that he has alienated most of his trad audience, he's been in this position where he has to situate himself as the reasonable centrist, right? So everything that he has is his reasonable centrist position for following Francis, and he's now alienated all the trads who used to kind of like him. And now, or the same must be the case for Orthodoxy, that Jay is a radical. Okay. But when we actually talk about the theology, what's the radical theology? What exactly is radical? Now, I don't know where he's going to go with this, but we'll see. But I'm guessing that this point of this video is that it's going to be arguing that the course that I took is the same type of course that a Taylor Marshall takes or should go down. And if that's the argument of this video, yeah, I will argue that.
And so that's what I want to review, where he's going to go over some of the problems in the radical traditionalist movement, some of their inconsistencies. And he's going to say, look, why are you guys even Catholic? Which is what I've been saying. I've been saying, look, you guys have already been.
This is true. And this is ironic because, you know, when we did a couple streams, and maybe that may be the video he's going to go to, right? We talked about Timothy Gordon. We talked about these people, and we pointed out that the irony here is that both the trads and the Novus Ordo, they're both right and they're both wrong. That was the argument of that video. So it's funny to me that he's at least picked up on that.
Bought into a position that's not Catholic, you're incredibly inconsistent. Eventually, if you're going to
I agree with him.
Carry your position to its logical conclusion, it will lead you to sedevacantism or perhaps a radical version of Eastern.
I agree with this. Now, a radical version of Eastern Orthodoxy, I don't know what he doesn't specify what this is, and he doesn't specify what makes me a radical or what makes my position, quote, radical. He's just framed it that way from the outset without explaining what the specifics are of that.
Eastern Orthodoxy or something else. But at the same time, I'm not only going to critique that position in the rad trads, I'm also going to critique Jay Dyer in his position, because I say both are wrong. I say rad trads and Jay Dyer.
Yeah, and I say that. So notice he basically just took the argument of my video against Timothy Gordon and against the sedevacantists and cribbed the same argument. So he's too lazy to come up with his own arguments. He just has to take the arguments and make it his position.
Their position, the radical Orthodox, they're all wrong because they've all bought into the same premises. And that's what I want to question. It's
well, I'm interested to see, dog. What is it? What's them premises, dog?
Okay, let's go over it. I'm going to share my screen here. Let's see here. This is from a video clip. Jay Dyer on Roman Catholicism. Dyer clips. All right. Let's review about 10 minutes of this thing. And I think that will be sufficient to make the point.
Michael Matt is basically saying that, well, Francis doesn't tell anybody. So this is, to be clear, an older video that I did pointing out a contradictory stance in people like Michael Matt from the Remnant, to be clear. About the gospel, and he doesn't tell people they need to convert to Christ, which is true. But now, wait a minute. So, but this is the supreme teacher of all Christians. This is not just a priest or some random lay Catholic person failing to do their duty. This is the supreme pastor of all Christians.
Now, did you notice they both have bought into that narrative? that Pope Francis thinks that, you know, and he's telling people you don't have to convert to Christ. They both have bought into that narrative, and both of them are wrong. As I recently demonstrated, I did a whole video responding to the radical traditionalists who say that Pope Francis is against proselytism, and here they interpret that to mean evangelization to Christianity, to Christ. And I show that's the...
Oh, so we need a Cope new term or new definition of what the word proselytize means. Now, proselytism, according to him, that doesn't mean converting people. I'm pretty sure that that's what the word means, proselyte, right? It is evangelization. But what does Francis say according to mainstream Catholic publications? Mainstream Catholic publication, Catholic World Report. Notice that the papacy is there to make things clear. But now we need Lofton and Catholic World Report to do multi-part series making sense of basic terminology and basic phraseology, such as what the basic bitch term proselyte means. A person who is a convert is a proselyte. To proselytize is to convert. All these people have is word games and sophistry and redefining terms, rambling for hours to cope and to do the mental gymnastics. So here, it's the trads that are correct, because the word proselytizing is the same thing as to make a convert. And he's going to try to say, nah, that's different than evangelism, dog. That don't mean evangelism. Well, wait a minute. Why isn't Francis clear about basic terms? Why do we need you to interpret Francis about what it means to evangelize? Oh, well, you see, as a rule, Francis distinguishes evangelization and proselytizing. Well, all this is a way to engage in what's called doublespeak. Just like everything else the Vatican does, doublespeak. Which is why the Vatican II document Nostra Aetate says that Hindus and Muslims come to God in love and faith. What God? Oh, the one God of natural theology that we all worship, that God. So in other words, the ambiguity is precisely the problem. And according to these people, that's just you're not being charitable and interpreting Francis in the charitable way. But wait a minute, I thought that we don't need to interpret the papacy. I thought the papacy interprets the dogma. But look at this. Notice, we need a 30-page explanation from Catholic World Report over words evangelizing and proselytizing. And the mere fact that this is a controversy that we need you to explain shows us that your doctrine and your papal thing doesn't work. Why do we need you to interpret basic bitch statements?
Not at all true, and there is plenty of evidence and many instances where Pope Francis has spoken about evangelization and bringing people to Christianity and bringing...
All that does is demonstrate a contradiction, Little Mike. That doesn't mean that he's consistently teaching the same thing. That means that perhaps he's contradicting. So the fact that and this is what Catholic apologists always do, when they're presented with a problem text or a problem instance, they always go to another case that is something else or that's a contradiction to that, as if that means that there's not a contradiction. Oh, Thomas Aquinas doesn't teach absolute divine simplicity because elsewhere he talks about distinctions. Okay, well, that might just be a contradiction. That doesn't mean that it's consistent or the position is actually reconcilable.
People to Christ. So maybe go and watch that video. In fact, I'll put it there in the show notes.
Why do we need a video from you defending and explaining basic terms that the Pope uses? I mean, in other words, this shouldn't even be unclear to begin with.
As this ends, It was last week, so you should be able to find it. If you maybe just type in Pope Francis, proselytism, reason, and theology, it should come right up. But see, both of them have bought into that narrative. In Jay Dyer's case, he bought into that narrative and he says, well, look, this doesn't make sense because this is supposed to be the supreme pastor. And yet he's telling people not to convert to Christianity. Well, this system is false. I'm going to go elsewhere. But I'm going to say, but wait, I question that. That's actually not what Pope Francis is doing.
Yeah, but the argument was not, I'm just going to go elsewhere because there's a statement where Francis said, don't proselytize. I mean, if there was one ambiguous statement and that was the reason that somebody didn't stay Catholic, that wouldn't be very good. That would be a substantial reason. We're talking about decades of apostasy, heresy, lack of clarity, and just insanity, such as praying in mosques towards Mecca. Now, the texts and phrases where Francis says things like we shouldn't proselytize. The reason that people find it hard to accept that he's really secretly meaning that we should convert people is because of the other actions that he engages in. And as you all know in Catholic theology, the exterior actions of a person, especially in the public sphere, the public domain, display the interior disposition. And when we look at both trad Pope Frank and trad Pope Benedict and non-trad Pope Frank praying in the Blue Mosque towards Mecca, maybe that might also inform our skepticism about the idea that he also secretly wants to convert people, right? So he's portraying it as if, oh, it was all just a simple misunderstanding. And if you had just watched Michael's videos on the clarity when it comes to these words, you wouldn't have been you wouldn't have fallen into the radical position. Is it a radical position to point out that the Pope is praying towards Mecca in mosques? This is from Rome Reports, by the way. This is not from, crazysatatrad.com. This is from Rome Reports. You'll notice that it's clearly saying that he's praying. He's clearly engaging in a prayer event, whatever this event is. They do face towards Mecca. I don't know why we have this Pink Floyd David Gilmour solo going. This doesn't really fit what we're talking about here, but so there you go. Frank did the same thing. Now, according to Michael and all these people, explain all this away. According to Timothy Gordon, what does he say? Stay and suffer. Look, praying towards Mecca in a mosque. Everybody knows the ancient canons forbid doing this. But according to Michael, no, he secretly does believe in in converting people. But he has made it this distinction between proselytizing and evangelizing. And you can go and find the many instances where Francis did the same thing. And this is why, in their mind, there's nothing wrong with having an Abrahamic faith center because they all share the same faith. But notice, does Michael contextualize any of that in his narrative, in his Pope-splaining? And I will agree with Timothy Gordon. Timothy Gordon is 100% right to say, look, it's time to give up the Pope-splaining. Props to Timothy Gordon for that. So you see, I'm making the point that they're both right and they're both wrong. So he's just spinning this as if No, Francis really does secretly believe in evangelizing, but he's saying don't proselytize, and that's something different. But when he goes to the mosque, he's secretly there to convert people. Really? But it doesn't matter, like this secret argument or whatever that some of the Catholics try to defend the Pope on, or, well, we don't know what he was praying in terms of his interior disposition. He might have been praying to Jesus in the mosque. They literally say and come up with these kinds of explanations. I don't know what Lofton's explanation is for this. You cannot go into, can I go into a satanic temple and go along with the ceremonies and then, but I was praying to Jesus, so I'm good, right? That's the absurdity of the Pope-splaining that these people engage in.
All right, let's continue.
Guess what, Francis? Jordan Peterson doesn't care. And nor should he. Nor does any other serious thinking human being on the planet. Going after the Latin Mass now. Is anything he can possibly do to crush the old faith, lest someone like Jordan Peterson should, by mistake...
Did you notice that he equated the Latin Mass with the old faith? That's the problem. And I've already done a video engaging the question of Pope Francis and Traditionis Custodes. I'll put that also in the description. Go and check it out. Because I think that we can actually have legitimate concerns and legitimate criticisms of Traditionis Custodes without taking this other more extreme position.
Well, I'm glad to see that Lofton at least has enough discernment to notice that there might be some concerns with the shutting down of the Latin Mass. But my point was, I didn't hinge my argument on the Latin Mass. Okay. I mean, I know this stuff beyond the sophistication of just assuming that Michael Matt's arguments about the Latin Mass are a reason to not be Catholic. Now, from the exterior standpoint, outside of Roman Catholicism, being an Orthodox person, I can look at that scenario and say, I think this is actually a pretty good argument. And I'm going to add that nowhere in any of this Pope-splaining and all this nonsense and explaining away in regard to the way Lofton touches these subjects, do we have anything about Francis himself engaging in. And by the way, here's the actual comments. None of us have been called to proselytize, ever. Proselytism is sterile. It does not give life. Now, anybody before the 1960s would have just used the word proselytize in the exact same sense as to convert. This is a sophistical casuistry to make this pseudo distinction between proselytizing and evangelizing so that Francis can have the appearance of, in some occasions, sounding like he believes in Christianity, and then in other occasions saying basically the same type of thing that John Paul II said, may John the Baptist protect Islam. Muslims and Christians both worship God in love and reverence and blah, 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 whatever Nostra Aetate says, right? So it's a dual game. And I think this is what dupes so many trads, and the reason so many Catholics just ad infinitum do the mental gymnastics, explain Pope-splaining, is because of the ambiguity and the doublespeak. But didn't Jesus say, let your yes be yes and your no be no? But his vicar for 60 plus years and the gigantor council of the last 60 years, known as Vatican II, even the Catholics and the trads, they're all in a tizzy because why? It's all ambiguous. It's just all, we don't know what it means. I can't tell how many Catholics say, I don't know if Lofton has this position, but how many Catholics say we're still trying to figure out the authentic interpretation of the documents. I'm not joking. That's an actual argument they make. We are still learning Vatican II. So remember, this was supposed to be a position, a church, grounded on a single office of a single guy who makes it clear in a pragmatic way so that you can shut your brain off and not worry about it. You don't have to worry about this, bro. Don't worry about it. They'll handle all that over in Rome. You just sit tight and chill. Oh, it seems as if there's mountains of contradictions. just shut up and suffer. Now, the irony is that between Timothy Gordon and Lil Mike, or Big Mike, they ironically both have the same type of position to say, just stay and suffer. But the difference is that Timothy Gordon seems to think that Francis is just teaching heresy. Presumably, I don't think Lofton believes that, but he thinks you can have a valid criticism of it. But it's amazing to me that we can't just say with basic terminology the words proselytize. Now, if Lofton has a collection of videos of Orthodox bishops or patriarchs making similar types of ecumenist statements, guess what? I will also criticize those. I have many videos criticizing these. And I think maybe that's why he has to portray and characterize our position as the radical position. Well, that's all relative to what's true or false. So you can call it radical, but it's only radical if my position isn't correct and isn't true. But if my position is true, then it's not actually radical. So calling it radical really doesn't do anything other than just engage in a kind of low-tier propaganda.
Oh, well, he's attacking the traditional faith, and he's attacking the Latin Mass, and he's attacking the traditional liturgy. All of that.
Isn't it funny that all of the other people in his sphere, except for Frat Mad, agree that it's an attack on the traditional faith and liturgy? So it's interesting to me, it's funny to me that all the people that used to be in his sphere, the Taylor Marshalls, the Timothy Gordons, the whoever else that's going more and more, Michael Matt, I don't know if Michael Matt was in his circles, but the remnant type of people. It's funny how they can all identify this as an attack on the faith. And now, you are there, I guess, who's on your side? Trent? You guys, no, it's not an attack on the faith. You can't say that. Because actually Lofton is correct here that a valid pope, as a successor to Peter, cannot engage in the giving of defective rites and liturgies. Michael knows, I think, enough of Denzinger that Auctorum Fide condemns the position that the Pope can give you invalid, defective, or bad sacraments for the whole church. It's in Denzinger, Auctorum Fide. Go look it up. That's a condemned proposition. You can't believe that. Yet, all of the trads, every time they say that the Latin Mass is under attack, is the faith and is being suppressed and attacked, and the Pope's doing it, they're violating the principle of Auctorum Fide. Do we need to review it? Well, you won't be able to see it if I pull it up there, so I guess I'll have to pull it up here. All right, Auctorum Fide. I'm looking for the actual document. I don't want all these trad sites. I want the actual document. I don't want it in Latin. Is it not? So I'm going to have to go to Denzinger, I guess. Okay, so let's go to Denzinger since it's not going to be on these sites. And when we go to Denzinger, we'll notice that it does cite Auctorum Fide. There you go. This begins at Denzinger 1501. And this is condemning a lot of, if I recall, yeah, it's the errors of the Synod of Pistoia. This is Jansenist errors. And so I don't know where Lofton's going with this, but he's actually correct if he's going in the direction of saying that it's a Jansenist error to think that the Roman See can give defective rights to the entire church. And this is really devastating to pretty much all the trad position, because a lot of trads don't know a lot of the theology, and so they will, and Lofton's correct about this, they will hinge a lot of their argument on the suppression of the mass. The mass is like the thing, right? That's what the laity know. That's what they come in contact with. They don't typically come in contact with what's going on in Rome. They're engaged in the mass. And if the mass, the traditional Latin mass, is being suppressed, then a lot of the trads, right, they make their chops by pointing this out. But there's a problem with this position from the standpoint of Catholic dogma, and that is the idea that the Roman See, or the Catholic See, the Roman Catholic Church, can give defective rites. Let me see. I can barely read that. So let me pull it. Since it's 1501, I'll pull up the right number right here. Okay, here we go. It condemns a visible church, by the way. So you can't have a visible church doctrine, invisible church doctrine, I should say. Okay, here it is. It's 1578 is the one I'm looking for. So this is all still, I think, under Auctorum Fide. And you'll notice here in Denzinger 1578. And remember, this is condemning, now the Jansenists weren't Protestants, but the Jansenists had a lot of arguments based on a hyper-Augustinian theology that would be kind of proto-Protestant. In other words, they would make some arguments that Protestants made, even though they weren't Protestant. But some of the points that they make, for example, the prescription of synod, of the Synod of Pistoia, about transacting business and conferences, which, after it prefaced in every article that which pertains to faith and the essence of religion must be diminished, which is proper to discipline. In this itself, the discipline there is to be distinguished what is necessary. This is quoting Pistoia. And it goes on to say, I'm just going to skip down. The idea, right here, the generality of these words includes and submits to a prescribed examination, even of the discipline established and approved by the church. If the church, which is ruled by the Spirit of God, as if the church ruled by the Spirit of God can establish disciplines that are not only useless, but burdensome for Christian liberty. This is dangerous, harmful, and leads to the superstition of materialism. That the traditional rites, it's arguing. If you believe that those are superstitious and they need to be changed or whatever, that is condemned, false, rash, scandalous, dangerous, offensive to Christian ears. So the church cannot give defective rites and disciplines. Why? Because it is ruled by the Spirit of God. As if the church can establish disciplines, not just liturgy, but even disciplines, which are false or injurious. That was the Jansenist argument. It is a condemned proposition. Literally every trad out there, in some way, to be a trad, in the sense of Latin Mass, blah, 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 is thus condemned by Auctorum Fide. I don't care if you're a Seda, if you're a... well, I guess the Sedas are more consistent in this regard, right? Because they would say that, well, this means then that because this is true, I have to admit that Rome didn't give the sacraments of the Novus Ordo rite, and et cetera, because those were not true popes, you see. So this is the sedevacantist argument at this point. But you can see clearly that the attitude of the Synod of Pistoia is much like the attitude of the trads, and Auctorum Fide is condemning all of this attitude out of the Jansenists, which is exactly the argument and attitude of today's traditional community for the most part.
System
should be questioned, and one should not identify the Missal of 62 with the Roman Rite. The Roman Rite has undergone a lot of changes in 2,000 years. And one should certainly not identify the Latin Mass, as it's called, with the faith. Those are not on the same.
I do agree with Michael's point here in regard to the broader aspect of what is the Catholic in a general sense attitude, say throughout the first 1,000 years of Christianity. To identify the Latin Mass with the faith would be absurd. However, there's a different question, which is what was Trent's attitude towards the Latin Mass? What was Quo Primum and De Defectibus's attitude towards it? Or maybe it's either Quo Primum or Quas Primus. I get it mixed up. But the attitude at the time of Trent and in the post-Tridentine era pretty much was that this Tridentine Missal is the faith. So I think Lofton is both right and both wrong here. In other words, he's right to say that trads are ridiculous to think that the Catholic faith is identical to the Latin Mass. And many of them operate that way, but that's silly. But he's also wrong to not recognize the fact that, I mean, the Missal of Paul VI, or excuse me, Saint Pius V, according to them, is identified as the Mass of the Latin Church, and it is basically equated with the faith. And there's a whole little book on this by Michael Davies, where he makes this argument. Now, I don't care about Michael Davies. I'm not a trad. I'm not a SSPX. But that's the irony of this, is that I thought that the papacy made this clear. So what's the correct Mass here? Even Michael conceded that we can be critical of the Custodes document, right, which deals with the restrictions of the Mass. Okay.
They're not equal to each other. There's certainly some important distinctions that need to be made there. I mean, in fact, if you were to have the Latin Mass disappear on the from the face of the earth, do you maintain that the faith has now disappeared? So literally none of the other liturgies embody sacred tradition.
Yeah, all right, we're gonna skip past this because
you want to argue with
I
Roman
agree
Catholics.
with this. You'll go in circles all day long about what qualifies.
Let me stop there. Indefectible, I mean,
We need to make one more point then about the leader of the church here in terms of the infallible head, which I forgot to bring this up. And so maybe we could look to Francis and Francis's ideas as to what constitutes, a solid liturgical tradition. Do we have a clear idea of what Frank thinks about the Mass? Because I'm pretty sure Francis is pretty important when it comes to the liturgy and the Mass, right? I mean, we probably should look to him. I mean, he's the one that's calling the shots on writing the documents, right? Right, all you guys? We have Michael's Pope-splaining. Maybe the Pope himself could shed some light on his attitude towards what the liturgy is, what the faith is of these people's. Well, there's the Pinocchio puppet Mass. That's a great one to help us understand. What does also includes, I think, some clowns as well. So we can, being fair, being judicious, we can also count this as the Papal Clown Mass. So I'm glad that we have Michael here to do all the Pope-splaining, but he didn't mention Papa Frank's Pinocchio Clown Mass. But I'm going to show it to you because it's one of my favorites.
Sí, sentía cosas malas. Pinocho tenía bronca, le hacía daño a los chicos, le ponía chicle en la cabeza, en el pelo, bien lo embandurnaba, le metía el pie para que se cayeran. ¿Es un corazón bueno ese? ¿Cómo se sintió el ciego ese que Jesús le devolvió la vista? ¿Bien o mal? ¿Cómo se sintió la Magdalena después que le perdonó todos los pecados?
Is that Porky Pig? Or is that Miss Piggy? Yes, it looks like we got quite a multitude, cast of characters here at Frank's Open Stadium Mass down
¿Bien
there.
o mal? ¿Cómo se van a sentir nuestros amigos, nuestros compañeros, nuestra...
Oh, dude, don't you guys understand? Don't you understand, you ignorant dupes, you fools? This is a traditional puppet Mass. You thought this was a Novus Ordo puppet clown Mass. You dumb Orthodox, you dumb trad Catholics. Did you not understand that he's following the 1954 missal for the traditional offering of the puppet clown mass. This is not the Novus Ordo clown mass. So you just got owned, all you ortho and trad cat people, because you didn't even know that this was the traditional Latin, in terms of Latin America, rite of the puppet clown mass.
La gente cercana, si nosotros le hacemos un favor, un bien, una ayuda, bien o mal.
So we got a Raggedy Ann back there. We got a clown. So this does check we do have the official clown mass status. We had Pinocchio. Maybe that's Raggedy Ann back there. We got it. Do you like popcorn?
Esos son los milagros que Jesús nos pide. Pero no solo porque no podemos. No con Mandrake porque no podemos. Sino solo con Jesús. Jesús.
That's actually the traditional style of the Jesus puppet mass. You might be thinking that's a Novus Ordo style Jesus puppet. No, it's not. This actually goes back to the 1400s. The way that the Dominicans, when they would craft their Jesus puppet, they actually went according to the strictures that Mary laid down to them. So this is a traditional Jesus puppet. Don't be mistaken.
Con vos podemos.
This right here, the breath alive.
Jesús, con vos podemos. No nos olvidemos de eso.
That was the maybe that informs Frank's view of the liturgy, because according to Michael, did Michael touch on any of that? I don't think he did. Has Michael ever shown anybody Francis's puppet mass? What about Francis's tango mass? Perhaps you're a boomer who likes ballroom dancing. Well, I've got good news for you, because Frank only uses the traditional tango mass, right? He don't fool with none of that Patrick Swayze modernist tango. Okay, he don't do none of that Ricky Martin tango. This is a 100% trad, straight up traditional tango mass, baby. And don't you think otherwise, dog.
Simplemente, hermanos, en nombre de todos los capuchinos,
there you go. So this is what will get the boomers back to church, right? Just let them do their boomer ballroom dancing in the service, right? This is Frank's church. And I'm not kidding. The trads, or excuse me, the Pope splainers, all of them, they'll say, oh, this doesn't count. See, he wasn't the Pope yet. So what? It doesn't matter, because nobody who has the faith would do a clown or puppet mass. So I don't care whether he was the Pope or not, because this just shows the absurdity of this. Now, there are problems. There are liberals in Orthodoxy. And Lofton loves to harp on this, right? He always, we don't talk about the little you. What about whatabouts? What about the what about? Yeah, well, we've covered that many, many times. How many clown masses have you seen in the Orthodox Church? How many tango masses have you seen? How many puppet masses have you seen? I've seen one video of a Greek Orthodox Archdiocese church bringing a dog in for somebody's funeral or something. That's the craziest abuse so far that I've seen in Orthodox Church. So here's here's what's in the mind of the person suppressing the traditional Latin Mass. So this should answer Michael and everybody's queries as to what Frank means about, quote, traditional liturgy. Well, there you go. That's what he thinks.
I would say that the Roman See is indefectible. This is taught by an ecumenical council that Eastern Orthodox accept. And this is where Eastern Orthodox are inconsistent. Because, again, Agatho's letter to the emperor, read out loud at the Sixth Ecumenical Council, was embraced by the Council Fathers there. They accepted it. And that letter testifies to the indefectibility of the teaching office of the Roman See. Orthodox have already accepted that.
But it actually doesn't. And this is one of his favorite go-to quote mines, which there's a great book that everybody should have if they do want to go into the endless arcana that is papal quote mines. It's kind of a classic, and it's called Papalism by Edward Denny. It's a very long book, but it's very necessary, even if you don't read the whole text. I read a lot of it. I read the whole thing because it does deal with a lot of these classic quote mines. So the book Denny begins by responding to Leo XIII's encyclical Satis Cognitum, right? And the chapter on the letter of Pope St. Agatho is actually really great, because when we actually understand the context, now he just blew past that, right? He didn't really say much about it, but when we actually know the context, it's pretty funny, and it actually doesn't work at all to prove what they think it proves, right? So he kind of blew past that. Oh, Pope Agatho, his letter, it teaches indefectibility, and you accepted that. Gotcha, right? Well, if you have Denny's book, you can go over to page 378, and this is where he begins to deal with this argument. And I think Denny's argument is a great response, and so we're going to read this because a lot of you won't have access to the text. It's a public domain book, I think. You can't get it free. But let's read what Denny's treatment of it is, because I think that you'll see, not just on the basis of citing a scholar, but on the basis of the argument, that this is a terrible... actually, it undercuts the thing that they're arguing for. The monothelite controversy, and that's what the Sixth Council is dealing with, the idea that there's one will in Christ, had by the date of this council, the Sixth Council, infested the East. Constantinople had for many years been under the influence and consequently had been out of communion with the Roman See, which, with the possible exception of Vitalian, had since the fall of Honorius maintained its orthodoxy. The Emperor Constantine Paganantus, in the year 678, being desirous to restore the peace of the church, summoned the eastern and western bishops to a conference. The West, however, contrary to the expectation, the conference was attended by representatives of the Patriarchs of Alexandria, Jerusalem. It called itself, with the emperor's consent, an ecumenical synod, so that they titled themselves an ecumenical synod, right? It has been considered by the church an ecumenical synod ever since. The synod opened on 680 AD of November. The emperor presided in person, and when present, in the absence of two patriarchs and two ex-consuls, did so as his representatives. What was the attitude adopted by the synod towards the Roman bishop? Now, you heard Big Mike over there is claiming that it's indefectibility, and I don't know if he wants to extend infallibility also, but pay attention first of all to this claim of indefectibility, because that's going to be really problematic. But presumably he would think infallibility too. I don't know. Maybe he thinks that's a doctrine that developed. Maybe he thinks it was there all along. I don't know what he thinks specifically about infallibility as distinct from indefectibility. But he says, the Denny says, what is the attitude of the synod towards the Roman See? Heresy, affecting even the foundational doctrines of the faith, was devastating to the Christian church. How do the fathers of this synod, when dealing with it in regard to the Bishop of Rome as the supreme teacher of the church, how did they, whose definition as to the faith are in themselves irreformable, according to, he's quoting there Leo and Vatican I. So he's saying, did they view this as irreformable, as a ex cathedra Vatican I style statement? And he says, this is nothing, and nothing short of this is required by the interpretation given to this council by Satis Cognitum of Leo XIII. So Satis Cognitum is a very important encyclical about the infallibility and authority and position of the Roman pontiff. In other words, Satis Cognitum gives to this council a infallible, indefectible style interpretation, the very thing that Lofton is according it. The answer is that this is not the case, in other words. The heresy which the synod had before it had already been condemned by Pope St. Martin. Did you hear that? This council meets in 680. Pope St. Martin, in 649, had already condemned monothelitism. In other words, in 649, Pope St. Martin held a council called the Lateran Synod of 649. He presided over this, and he addressed this letter to the entire church, saying that this was a heresy. If Vatican I papalism had been the view of this age and of this council, the matter was closed when Pope St. Martin wrote his letter in 649. But guess what? Roman Catholics don't consider the Lateran Council ecumenical. Now, why that is, they can't tell you, because they're actually inconsistent in their listing of the councils as well. Did you know that Roman Catholicism has at different times and in different ages listed different ecumenical councils? And according to their terminology and their typical stance, the Lateran Synod under Pope St. Martin in 649 should be an ecumenical council. But it's not. But wait a minute. It should be, because it meets the standards, and it should also have already been the basis for the condemnation of monothelitism. We shouldn't need a sixth council. Do you understand the force of this argument? Why should we need a sixth council when it has already been condemned authoritatively for the church by the Roman See 30 years earlier? If papalism had been the venerable and constant belief of every age of the church, as Leo XIII Sadis Cognitum says, then this council, that's Lateran Council, settled the matter already. Monothelism was clearly condemned by St. Martin in his definitions, and according to Sadis Cognitum, they were already irreformably condemned. The supreme judge of the faithful and the teacher of the church had already spoken. If papalism were the case, all of the fathers of the Sixth Council could have done was to simply recall to mind what the Supreme Pontiff, Pope Martin, had done. And therefore the question was already settled, and thus to have a council would only further agitate the church. But here we have the emperor calling an ecumenical council. They don't seem to be that concerned with what the Pope has already decades earlier said, which itself shows that the attitude of the church at this time was not papalism and was not Vatican I. Did Big Mike, give you any of that context? No. Furthermore, the progress of the synod was not a papal attitude, much like the stupid argumentation of Ibarra that the tome of Leo was ex cathedra, which he walked back when he found out that wasn't true. And they investigated it for many, many days to see if it was orthodox. You don't judge the Pope. And yet, Chalcedon is investigating to see if Leo's tome is consistent with St. Cyril. Cyril is actually the measure, the rule, the standard of Chalcedon, not Leo. Likewise, to have a synod ecumenically asking and solving a question that the Pope in his synod addressed to everyone has already ruled on decades earlier is itself a refutation of the Vatican I mindset and proof that it was not at work at this time. And then he goes on to mention that in the next place, it must be observed that the deputies who were sent to the Roman Synod, which had just been held under the presidency of Agatho, were furnished with two letters, one written by Agatho personally to the emperor, in which he makes a profuse declaration of obedience to the emperor. What? Agatho, obedience to the emperor? Well, shouldn't it be the other way around? The order of the synodal letter is to the council. The first of these letters is intended to be a counterpart to the epistle of Leo to Flavian. Did the fathers of the synod receive this as a ex cathedra definition made by a supreme pontiff exercising his complete universal authority autocratically over the church? Or did they regard it as coming from one whose real sovereign authority they were bound to obey? No. The course of the synod proves that they did not operate this way. In the 8th session of the 6th council, the emperor asked the Patriarch of Constantinople and Antioch, who at their own request had received copies of this said reports to read, to state whether they and their synods agreed with what was written by Agatho, the Pope of Rome. It's all conciliar. George of Constantinople said, having inspected the letter of Agatho, he agreed to it. Now remember, the Vatican I doctrine, which is what Michael is arguing is in the 6th council. Does the Vatican I doctrine say that you investigate and you judge if the Pope's letters and teachings are orthodox? No. No man judges the first see. But they examine Agatho's letter. And George says, I agree with and consent to Agatho's teaching. And the essence of that teaching is about Christology. Okay, this is not a council meeting about the authority of Rome. So Michael gave the impression that the letter of Agatho is primarily about Rome. No, it's about the Christology of two energies, two wills, two natures. It's Diophysite. That's the point of the letter. The bishops who were subject to the patriarchs, one after another, made similar declarations after examining and comparing the teaching of Agatho. Eventually, when all of the church examined, just like the letter of Leo was examined to see if it matched up to the rule of Saint Cyril of Alexandria, then the council fathers agreed and said, we affirm this teaching. This synod decreed later on, the very synod that he's saying teaches indefectibility, that it has cast out of the church the Pope of Elder Rome, the heretic and anathematized Pope Honorius. So the very council that he is saying teaches indefectibility, which we just saw doesn't do that, it's examined and in a synodal way, is the very council that excommunicates the previous pope. And by the way, successive councils reaffirm the anathematization of Honorius. Honorius is the famous heretical pope. So clearly the council did not believe in the indefectibility of Rome in its successors, because they excommunicated its prior occupant, Honorius. That means councils are above popes. And this is typical of what we see from these low-tier people, these low-tier apologists like him, who rely on the ignorance of the audience to not know the context, to not know the details, to not know what goes on in the sessions of the councils, to not know that there's an examination, to only rely on the sloganeering and the quote mining, where you don't know the context, you just have a quote mine, and you don't realize that, well, they clearly don't interpret that letter of Agatho in terms of indefectibility, because the Pope defected according to the council. So you're being duped by this goober and his low-tier argumentation, which just blows past this stuff as if Agatho's letter is somehow a defense of Vatican I.
Jadire is inconsistent with his ecumenical councils that he professes to maintain. And I've gone into that in more detail. So just type in maybe Michael Lofton, Pope Agatho, plenty of stuff will come up.
Well, it's funny because these guys have been noted for tremendous amounts of inconsistencies and contradictions, particularly in the videos of Ubi Petrus. And here is one of Ubi's excellent videos. And Ubi is really the guy who made them run. It wasn't me. It was mainly Ubi, because his apologetics in regard to the papacy was so stellar that these guys lost their mind. And that's a great video on this. But there's a specific thing I wanted to find with regard to, let's give you an example of, remember what we just saw in Denny, that they examined the Tome of Leo to see if it matched up for many days, for I think 10 days, 14 days, to see if it matched up to what St. Cyril taught. Cyril is the big dog at Ephesus, not Leo. And remember, Eric Ibarra hinged a whole bunch. But you'll notice that Eric has kind of faded away after a lot of these embarrassing bloopers and blunders. He's not as much in the focus anymore. And, maybe that's because he got his feelings hurt because there were cartoon strips making fun of him on the internet and his children couldn't look upon them. He said something ridiculous like this. Well, let's rewind and remind ourselves of one of these classic blunders of Eric Ibarra, which Ubi Petrus picked out perceptively in regard to the Tome of Leo here in his Ubi Petrus video about Ibarra.
I've been misunderstood. Now,
notice I was wrong. Ibarra doesn't say, I got it wrong, because he can't admit that. None of these people can actually admit that they got something wrong. I've got plenty of things wrong. I don't have a problem admitting that. And by the way, you should see this as a mark of somebody immature and insecure and perhaps narcissistic, that they can't actually admit that they ever got anything wrong. That's a key sign of some kind of psychological issue. And a lot of these people at this over the R&T circles, they literally cannot admit any error or that they've ever gotten anything wrong. And this is just really a mark of extreme immaturity.
Personal opinion is that the Tome of Leo, at a certain point, became ex cathedra.
Oh, okay. But remember, Eric argued that the Tome of Leo was ex cathedra, and this was some clincher argument against Orthodox years ago. I've been misunderstood. The Tome of Leo eventually became that. Oh, so it's received. Oh, it's like a reception theory?
When it was originally produced, it was a letter to Flavian, right? But when...
Okay, so original intent now doesn't even mean. I thought that ex cathedra was from the chair for the whole church dogma. Oh no, it evolved to that. See, all these people do is revise and walk back and restate and redefine everything, recontextualize everything to constantly make their system work. It's like constantly patching up a giant balloon that has already popped, but you're like wrapping so much tape around the balloon that you think there's still a balloon there. And you're taping it up constantly, furiously. There's a hole. The balloon popped ages ago, dude. There's no balloon. It's just a giant air hole of tape.
Leo realized that this thing was getting, it was ratcheting up to being a big dispute. He then sent letters basically saying, hey, that letter that I sent Flavian, yeah, that's becoming the gold standard right now.
Oh, so it wasn't Pope Leo speaking ex cathedra to Chalcedon, which is what Eric originally argued. No, you see, it got out there. It got a lot of traction. It was getting a lot of 5-star reviews. Then I wrote some other letters saying, it's ex cathedra now. That's the absurdity of these people. And perhaps this nonsense is why this goober has faded into the background. Even though he's so bulbous, it's really impossible for him to fade anywhere. He will never be able to fade.
And it settles the matter. Richard Price, Father Richard Price.
Oh, you mean the Richard Price that you guys had on and completely contradicted your whole argument about universality, supremacy, infallibility in the first millennium? That guy? Ooh, it was a big embarrassment.
And his acts on the Chalcedon, he agrees with me 100% that in Leo's mind, the case was settled with Leo's tome. Okay. And if it was just left up to Leo at a certain point, he would have just collected signatures for his tome, and it would have been.
You know, sometimes I actually think that in the mind of these people, they actually think that theology is crafting and coming up with creative ways to make it work. I really think some of these people think that that's what it is. It's not a deposit of divine revelation that we are learning, that we submit to. It's a gigantic algorithm that we tweak and add things to make it work. It's a big machine that we like have to keep making this machine work. I mean, I wonder that at times. Like, I think some of these people, they're so deluded that they actually think that's what it is. Doing theology is doing casuistry.
Sweet home Alabama.
The problem is Mr. Ibarra is here erroneously equating settled the matter with ex cathedra, and he is imagining.
And great point there by Ubi, which is that they always do this. Agatha's letter was somehow Vatican I, but that's not been established, and the actual process of the council was nothing like what Vatican I says to do. So you notice their whole position always constantly relies on word concept fallacies and Rome's mentioned first in a list. Vatican I, bro, infallibility right there. Peter is mentioned first in many texts. Vatican I, dude, infallibility right there. No, non sequitur. It's a non sequitur.
Leo understood his tome to be binding upon the faithful immediately, but we know quite the opposite from what Leo himself tells us. Certainly, Pope St. Leo believed nothing was lacking from his tome. Then again, no bishop, let alone a patriarch, publishes a theological tract believing something is lacking from it or it contains heretical teachings. So Leo is not at all unique in that respect. For example, in Letter 33, addressed to the Second Council of Ephesus in 449 AD, even after waxing poetic about the See of Rome and appealing to Rome for an answer, Leo mentions how he had issued the tome earlier and speaks of the council to which the tome was being sent as issuing a, quote, fuller judgment, end quote. Quote, but because the healing even of such men must not be neglected, and the most Christian emperor has piously and devoutly desired a council of bishops to be held, that all error may be destroyed by a fuller judgment, I have sent our brothers Julius the bishop, Renatus the presbyter, and my son Hilary the deacon, and with them Dulcitius the notary, whose faith we have proved to be present in my stead at your holy assembly, brethren, and settle in common with you what is in accordance with the Lord's will. End quote. If the tome were ex cathedra, how could there be a fuller judgment in a council to which the tome is sent? Moreover, why would the issue need to be settled in common with the other bishops? Additionally, in Letter 120, he speaks of the tome as being ratified by the Council of Chalcedon. Quote, for in the letter which we issued from the Apostolic See, and which has been ratified by the assent of the entire Holy Synod, we know that so many divinely authorized witnesses are brought together that no one can entertain any further doubt except one who prefers to enwrap himself in the clouds of error. End quote. Certainly, had Leo considered his tome to be an ex cathedra statement, those not accepting it would have incurred a late sentientia, or automatic excommunication, for rejecting it. That being said, we simply observe a break in communion, not depositions until the Council of Chalcedon accepted it. Most of the bishops had already read and signed the tome prior to the Council of Chalcedon, and in signing it, restoring communion between the various sees. The issue had been settled. That is why Father Price mentions this after describing the mass amount of signatures acquired for it long before Chalcedon. Price adds, quote, he also wrote a letter to the bishops who would now assemble, which was subsequently read out at the council. In this letter, he instructed the bishops to reaffirm the condemnation of Nestorius at the Council of Ephesus of 431 and recommended his own tome as providing the solution to the more recent doctrinal controversy.
Recommended his tome. Recommended, ex cathedra, unilateral pronouncement. Are those the same thing?
End quote. So no, Father Price, the translator and commentator on the only English edition of the Acts of Chalcedon, does not agree with Mr. Ibarra for a variety of reasons. Namely, Price does not see the tome as ex cathedra, nor does he believe Leo saw it as such, nor does he deny Chalcedon critically examined the tome, as Mr. Ibarra does. Price further states.
Exactly. Again, all of which shows that they did not give any context, did not give any of this at any point in their videos to make it clear what was going on. They only rely on the breeze by, blow past, quote mine. Essentially, their whole thing, I'm talking about Lofton and Ibarra, is breeze past you, quote mine. And they're counting on you guys out there who follow them to not really dig into this, to just kind of rely on the quote mines, be lazy. They know a lot of you guys are going to be lazy. He's counting on you being lazy and not listening to the context, not caring about the context. Because when you, as you see here from the very people that they reference, Price, it's a rejection of the idea that the tome was ex cathedra. And for years, Ibarra hung a clincher, nail in the coffin argument on this. And can that goober admit he was wrong? I've been misunderstood. I've been misunderstood.
Quote, the fathers of Chalcedon were profuse in their professions of loyalty to Cyril. Even when judging the tome of Pope Leo, the Great Western Christological Statement, formally approved at Chalcedon, their criterion of orthodoxy remained agreement with Cyril. This is clear throughout the lengthy discussion of the tome in the fourth session.
Booyah. The very people that they go to destroy their own dumb position. I mean, you have to laugh at the absurdity of this. I mean, they're relying on Price, you understand, constantly. He doesn't affirm their dumb position, and they don't know what to do with that. And so Eric Ibarra does a revisionist move. I didn't really mean that. I got to walk it back. I was misunderstood. It wasn't ex cathedra. It became that after a while. And he later said, oh, now that wasn't your argument. You were wrong, and you cannot admit it. And did Lofton offer any corrections? No, indeed. Ignore all this, right? They want all of this stuff to be buried and forgotten. They want to move past it and go into bigger, audiences. Matt Fradd's goofy audience of people who are ignorant and don't know any of this stuff. That they're just relying on people being ignorant and getting big numbers of clicks and converts who they hope will stay ignorant. But do you understand that all of this is from the sources they use? And this is showing. This clincher argument is conciliarism. And guess what? All of their papal quote mines are out of context, intended to prove something ex post facto. All of them. They're all this way.
In fact, I just did another video on it recently, just a few days ago. So you can see now inconsistencies with the Orthodox position, because now Orthodoxy, or at least Jay Dyer is an Orthodox adherent, or at least a radical version of it, is going to critique this concept of Roman indefectibility, and yet his own councils teach it. And there are other instances. It's not just the Sixth Ecumenical Council. So that's a problem for him, but that's an inconsistency he's going to have to work through. But notice there, he's buying into the same premises.
We just worked through that, and we saw from Denny that his telling of the story wasn't true. Now, as a little aside here, because he loves to talk so much about being pious and how how nobody on our side is humble and pious. So this is a clip that was sent to me from one of his shows. I don't know what show it is. What does he think of our audience? Now, remember, we've had Orthodox bishops on, Orthodox priests on. We've had Orthodox scholars, PhDs on, many of them, plural. We've had all kinds of a wide scope of people on over the years. And in Lofton's mind, our audience is something completely different. I'm gonna let you hear what he thinks of you guys, And so remember, this is the person who says, quote, we should not engage in sinful suspicion of people. It's sinful to be suspicious of people. It's so mean to not be charitable. Let's see if you guys think that. Why does Mike, Big Mike over there, think that people convert to Orthodoxy? What's the draw? I think you're going to be surprised, but this is a clip from his show.
Orthodoxy, that the bishop is the head of his diocese. How important is that? Would it be dogmatic? Is that in the creed? Is the essence and energies distinction in the creed? Is icon veneration in the creed? I mean, this is just a really bad argument.
So I think what he's asking, the question was about, well, in the Orthodox Church, where's your dogmas, bro? Where y'all dogmas at? And sometimes people say that the first thing that we can point to in terms of dogma is the creed. Now, anybody who thinks that the dogmas are all in the creed, that would be a silly argument. So this sounds like a straw man. I can't imagine anybody, unless they're just really ignorant or new to things, that they would think that all the dogmas are in the creed. All the dogmas are implicitly in the creed, but not explicitly, right? But the creed is a starting point for dogma, clearly. I mean, St. Cyril of Jerusalem uses the creed to do his catechetical lectures. And those are dogmatic lectures, using the creed. So there's nothing wrong with saying that the creed is a place to start for dogma. That was the church's ecumenical dogmatic statement. But I can't imagine anybody really believing that the dogma is the creed, which sounds like what he's portraying it as. But that is what the question was. So let's see where he goes with this.
Entirely inconsistent. And it's designed to score points with people who are extremely ignorant and don't know much about church history or theology. And that's primarily his target audience.
So everything that I just pointed out, he flips that. Oh, yo, he's just trying to prey on dumb people, dog. That's his audience. So our audience is all low IQ, dumb people, don't know church history, don't know anything. Now, let's see what else is the draw, why we have this audience.
Young teenagers, don't have families, don't know much about theology, don't have much experience.
So young, dumb teenagers is the totality of my audience. Well, first of all, even if my audience was young teenagers and I had ended up with some ministry to teenagers, that would be a great thing. So it's not even a slight, like, oh, it's like, look, you're bad because you're a teenager. That would be a good thing. But this is his attempted backhand, right, at the only people who fall for Orthodox theology. You mean like how, Mike, you at one time were pretty close to being Orthodox, or I think you kind of almost became Orthodox? Does that mean you were just a dumb teenager? Or no, he's saying only this audience is dumb teenagers. Really? How many dumb teenagers and dumb teenage audiences do you see lecturing through dozens of thousands of pages of geopolitical text? How many dumb teenager audience level people do you see debating with two of the top Muslims out there and a couple of the top atheists? Is that, I mean, come on, this is ridiculous.
I'm not knocking all of those viewers. Some of them are pretty sharp, but you know how it is.
Oh,
you're a teenager. You're often impressionable.
So all you guys are just dumb
and have a lot to learn.
Dumb and inexperienced teenagers. That's what Lofton thinks of what's going on over here. Now remember, this is supposed to be the guy who's all about the charity, dog. Yo, y'all ain't being charitable, man. Y'all done hurt my feelings. Y'all, this so mean. Oh, by the way, I'm gonna sue your pants off. Come on, dude.
Radical traditionalist crowd have bought into, especially the crowd that you see surrounding Taylor Marshall and that group.
So he's bugged by the audiences. He doesn't have the audience of Taylor Marshall. He doesn't have the audience that we have over here. And by the way, I don't just have an audience on YouTube. As everybody knows, I talk to millions of people once a week on a unnamed show. And so he feels like he deserves this audience. I mean, those comments that you heard betray what's really going on in his head.
And once again, that's what I want to question. Moreover, I do want to be specific on what we mean by indefectibility of the Roman See. It doesn't mean that every decision that the Pope makes prudentially is going to be right. That's not necessarily the case.
Yeah, nobody believes that. So they love to do this thing where when it comes to the question of indefectibility, which is a better way to pin them down than the notion of infallibility, because they'll just they'll just slip out of it in a slippery, slimy way of every single individual Catholic will say, well, that's not infallible, I don't have to follow that. And they never know what actually is infallible. The list of infallible and non-infallible differs between every single different Catholic, because there's not actually a list. So it's better to go into the domain of indefectibility. And so now he's at least trying to grapple with this argument, and he's just recontextualizing it in the whole, well, not everything he says is, he can make mistakes. But can he make doctrinal teaching mistakes in faith and morals? Did the Sixth Council think that the papacy was indefectible? He said yes, but they declared Honorius a defector. So what this amounts to, and you'll notice that in this position of these people, it's an unfalsifiable position because they know it doesn't work. And so they've constructed an unfalsifiable system. And in philosophy, this is just it's a demonstration of the weakness of a system whereby you set it up such that it could never be critiqued or never be falsified. That means it's not true, in other words. So, for example, when it comes to indefectibility, it basically amounts to, well, the Pope can never defect from the faith until he defects. So it's possible for a defection, but he's also indefectible. In other words, the Pope is indefectible unless and until he defects. Okay, that is a nonsense position. And anybody with a brain, you don't have to have a master's in Aristotelian logic, PhD, can see that that is a ridiculous, unfalsifiable position.
It does, however, mean that you are going to have certain teachings that are protected from error and
Ooh, certain ones. Okay, Lofton, what is the epistemic principle that you as an individual lay Catholic have to know and to suss out with certitude the distinction between the defectible statements and the indefectible statements? Oh, he doesn't have one. Because he doesn't know enough about epistemology to know that the prior question of the criteria must also be infallible and indefectible. In other words, he needs an infallible criteria to suss out the non-infallible and the infallible. And he doesn't have that in his system. And that's why he's always been butthurt when I bring up epistemology, which he can't do basic epistemology. And he knows that. And that's why he used to sit back and say, Jay don't know nothing about epistemology, dog. Ha ha. Yo, yo.
For instances, and also that other teachings that may not necessarily have that charism of infallibility would at least be protected as theologically safe.
Okay, so he has this general criteria, but that doesn't tell him about any of the specifics. And that was the critique the whole time. Hey, Michael, how do you know you're applying your criteria correctly? Because you, as an individual lay Catholic, don't know if your epistemic criteria is infallibly true.
So that if you were to adhere to them, you were to adhere to what the Roman Pontiff has said, or an ecumenical council in this instance has said, you would not have bought into something that will damn your soul. It would be theologically safe. That's the traditional Catholic perspective.
Okay, so he didn't actually tell you what the ex cathedra statements are, which are when the Pope would be indefectible. He just laid out the generic criteria. But as we have argued for 100 times, literally probably 100 times, saying that you have general criteria doesn't get you anywhere. Because the question is actually, how do you know in the application of the criteria that you're correct? And if you don't have a infallible prior criteria, okay, I'm just applying the Chisholm criterion problem to your epistemology, then it doesn't work. It's a very simple argument. You can say all day long that I have the non-infallible pile over here and I have the infallible pile over here. The Pope is indefectible when he does the infallible pile, and he's defectible when he does the non-infallible pile. Oh, so there's a prior criterion of the two piles. Are you interpreting the piles correctly? Because it sounds like two giant piles of shit.
On teaching authority, which neither the radical traditionalists nor Jay Dyer maintain, and that's part of their problem. They're, number one, misunderstanding what it means by Roman indefectibility.
No, I didn't understand it. I laid it out literally the way that you said it, which is to just recontextualize indefectibility the same way you recontextualize infallibility and say that it's not all the time, it's only in certain cases. Dude, that's begging the question. You are so low IQ that you can't even tell that that's just moving the problem back a step. You don't have an infallible criteria for the infallible criteria. And he doesn't even know what classical foundationalism is, right? He's not at the tier of Trent. And we saw that when Trent was posed with these challenges and questions, he completely floundered. So if Trent can't handle the classical foundationalist challenges, you know this goober can't.
And then one of them goes one direction to Eastern Orthodoxy. And I want to say, but you've already accepted Roman indefectibility in your council, so you're inconsistent. And then,
yeah, and we just explained how that's a ridiculous, silly argument based on the actions and the investigation done at the Sixth Council. So, oops, he hinged quite a bit on this pretty dumb argument.
As far as the others who are adhering to the radical traditionalist position and still remain in Catholic communion, at least externally, I'm not so sure about internally, but externally, they remain to an extent in Catholic communion, depending on their situation.
Let's see what the Master of Theology has to say about the Eucharist, because this one was a pretty funny gaffe of late, which, remember, we need this guy to be out there telling us what the papacy really means. Now, again, I was under the impression that the purpose of Francis, again, was to make everything clear for the rest of us. And yet, what is the praxis of all of these YouTuber Roman Catholic apologists? It's to explain Francis. And then they dispute with one another, and so we need the explanation of the explanation. Again, demonstrating that Francis doesn't actually do what 90% of their apologetics pragmatically says he will do for you. They are selling you a bunch of nonsense. And let's look at the recent gaffe of Lofton that caused many of his own crew to laugh at him. The Catholic view is not that we literally eat Christ's flesh in the Eucharist. Oh, really? You sure about that? The view is that we sacramentally eat his flesh. Now, I was, for many years in my younger days, a Calvinist. This is the way we spoke. This is a Calvinist presence, or perhaps a Lutheran consubstantiality presence. But it really sounds Calvinist. I mean, the Calvinist position is that there's a spiritual presence in the Eucharist, not anything. I mean, this literally sounds like what Calvin says in the Institutes. And then David perceptively looked in his own, the catechism of these goofballs. In Roman Catholicism, the sacrament of the Eucharist is real precisely because it encompasses all the forms of realness, including the literalism. So how is an apologist at this tier, supposedly, making such a fundamental blunder, according to his own catechism? The Catechism of the Catholic Church states, following Trent, the mode of real presence. The most blessed sacrament of the Eucharist, the body and blood together with the soul and divinity, is truly, really, and substantially contained. The presence is called real, by which is not intended to exclude other types of presence, as if they could not be real too, but because it is presence in the fullest sense, that is to say, a substantial presence of Christ, God, and man, literal humanity, and makes himself wholly and entirely present. And everybody in the comments, yeah, it sounds like Calvinism. Just a little fun reminder there from Big Mike.
They are buying into something that is completely contradictory to itself, because they're saying, hey, look, this is the successor to St. Peter. He's the shepherd on the universal level, and they're adhering to Vatican I that has certain promises to the Roman See, and not just in its teaching office whenever it's infallible, but also in its teaching office as a whole. They're buying into that, and yet they're saying that, look, this guy is a heretic, he's an apostate, he's over the New World Order, and he's trying to destroy the church. So it's
he's laughing at the idea of New World Order. Does anybody in this audience of dumb teenagers who doesn't know anything, is there such a thing as the New World? So this goober doesn't even know that there is a thing called the New World Order that is real, and has countless documents and papers, and has the World Economic Forum, and has Davos, and has the Trilateral Commission, has the CFR, has Bilderberg, all of that, very real. And he does his smug little snicker. I mean, these people don't know anything. They're out to lunch. No knowledge of geopolitics at all. And the reason that people say Francis is part of it is because Francis is part of it, because he talks about being in league with these people. Inclusive capitalism, together with other elites. Francis's tutor was the same guy who is a mentor to Klaus Schwab. That's why. And guess what? That tutor, that mentor, that BFF is a liberation theologian. That's why people say this. Big Mike. So I wish that you would step into the domain of geopolitics. Please do, because that will be more comedy for us to laugh at.
Internally inconsistent position. But then again, the solution that Jay Dyer is going to offer is also inconsistent. What I'm going to say is question all of that. Don't accept any of that. Don't accept any of these claims that both of them have bought into. Question those things.
Argue with their own. Wait, so don't accept any of the claims? Like, what should we question the papacy? What does he mean by? I think he's just saying, question all of our claims. Yeah, sure, question our claims. I mean, does he think that I arrived at this position by not questioning? Catholics, you'll go in circles all day long about what qualifies as infallible and what doesn't, and every different Roman Catholic has a different criteria, and nobody even knows. But no.
All right, well. This is certainly an interesting critique coming from an Orthodox, since Orthodoxy doesn't have any kind of way to objectively identify what is definitive, which, again, I've gone over recently.
And we have done the same thing. And so Ubi has a great video on the notion of reception in the Orthodox Church. And so what this typically revolves around the way that Catholics expect there to be the list of dogmas the way that they claim to have it. They don't have that, by the way. So first of all, let's put away this notion that they actually have a clear list of dogmas. You'll get Michael telling you that there's this these criteria, right? The levels of authority and infallibility to the different teachings. That doesn't tell you what's what. That just tells you that there's a criteria. You don't know if you're applying the criteria. So again, that because they don't know anything about epistemology, it's all very low tier argumentation about, well, you just go and look at the evidence and you study it out. Oh, wait a minute. So I thought that there was going to be a clear list of the dogmas. No, wait a minute. So is the list of the dogmas these two things? But wait a minute. There's a whole bunch of papal encyclicals. So is it these things? Right? Wait a minute. Here's the decrees of the ecumenical councils. Right? I can keep going. We can go to the catechisms. We can go to other stuff up there. So here we are with decrees of the ecumenical councils, a giant stack of just 20th century papal encyclicals. That's not even going into the thousands of pages of papal encyclicals going back to the 1700s, which also would be part of ordinary teaching and also dogma. So here we have several thousand pages right away. And I always like to do this illustration because it shows the absurdity of this low tier argument that is pretty much kind of dishonest. He's trying to give you the impression that There's a clear outlining of dogma when you come into the Roman Church. There is a statement that we have dogmas, but the actual application of the criteria to the interpretation of the stacks and stacks and stacks gets you nowhere. I can have the perfect list of criteria, but I don't know. I don't escape the problem of individual certitude and individual knowledge by having a criteria when I go to interpret all of these gigantic stacks. And he never addresses this objection. He never addresses the epistemological challenge because he can't. Because he doesn't understand it. He doesn't know anything about epistemology. He couldn't even handle basic critiques. This is why he won't debate anybody. I'll debate you in writing, dog. Knowing that nobody's going to write 50 freaking page debate exchanges with him. And it's because he can't debate. He can't bring these arguments to the table. He can't do an actual presentation. He can't do a cross-examination and exchange because he would completely flounder. And he's probably too sensitive that he would get butthurt and cry in the middle of the debate. I mean, he can't handle this stuff. You can see how fragile he is. The moment somebody disagrees with him, he does 10 videos against them. And that's across the board. That's the people in his own church. Somebody disagrees with him, he spends the next month making videos against them because he needs the drama, he needs the attention.
I talked about that in my interview with Pints with Aquinas, for instance. I also just went over that in my critique of Orthodox priest Father Farley on whether or not there's an Orthodox magisterium. So look into that for more. But Orthodoxy doesn't have a way to identify what is definitive for the vast majority of instances. So I think that that's
the irony is that he doesn't have the way either, as we pointed out endlessly. He claims that he has the way, and the way will be the levels of Catholic dogma. And he's just way too slow to ever understand that having levels of dogma does not grant you any advantage or any certitude or any upper hand when it comes to knowing if you're applying those levels when you, as an individual Catholic, read through these thousands of pages. You may think you do, but you're not infallible and you're not indefectible. And so you're really not in any better position. In fact, you're in a worse position because you actually have a lot more crap to read than we do. So just on the status of their sort of evidentialist approach, right? I mean, as Orthodox, at least I have a lot less stuff to dig through. Whereas he has mountains of stuff to dig through. Because remember, at any point in all the decrees of the ecumenical councils, there's going to be areas that aren't necessarily ex cathedra as well. There's going to be in a lot of these encyclicals, thousands of pages of encyclicals. There's going to be areas where the teaching is de fide. There's going to be areas where the teaching is opinion. There's going to be areas where it's just personal reflections or something like this. Ordinary, universal ordinary, extraordinary, ex cathedra, etc. There's going to be sprinkled all throughout. And he never addresses that epistemological issue. He just acts like, you don't got a list, dude. You don't have a list. Nobody does. So you're not in any better epistemic position than anyone else. So the difference is, the difference of position on this issue, this is an epistemological issue. That's different from the issue of normativity. But he doesn't even know that those are two different categories, right? It's the same with Protestants. They'll make the same mistake, confuse two different categories, and they'll act like just having the office of the papacy is a solution to an epistemological question. But it's not. And it's very easy to prove that. It's just moving the problem back a step, kicking the can down the road. And he never addresses that objection. He can't. He's fundamentally either too low IQ to understand the objection, or he doesn't have a solution to this objection.
Consistent, critique, because he suffers from that same critique. But he might say, but you guys are making more claims than we as Orthodox are making. Oh, okay. Well, fair enough.
No, did I say anything about making more claims? the argument has always been an epistemological challenge that your position does not have the trump card by just simply arguing that there's this office of the papacy. Again, guys, what does the last 5 years of everybody in his circles show us? Is there any practical presentation in all of his crew that he now fights with? His hundreds of videos calling out all of his fellow Catholics that his other fellow Catholics bitch about? Does that demonstrate the clarity, the unity? Absolutely not. In fact, it shows the very opposite and proves my point.
They are making some claims to infallibility and identifying infallibility. But what I
Okay, how do you know that you have the right criteria to identify that? He will never answer this question.
want to say is the criteria of Vatican I is clear enough to identify.
Yeah, the question isn't about the criteria, dummy. It's the application of the criteria.
What is infallible by the Pope. And if there is an instance where it's not clear, we can always go back to the magisterium and ask for clarification and repeat that process until it becomes absolutely abundantly clear. That
Rinse, repeat. Okay. So this is just droning on and on and on. We've been going for a long time. I've got other things I've got to go and do. So here is his video. It is fair use. So if he tries to flag it, I'll just do the same thing for his usage of all of my videos. There is that video if you want to watch the rest of this thing. I don't know if we can keep doing this all night long. I might come back to this later at some point and do the rest of this thing, but I do want to remind you too that you know, there might be other ways. Well, there's actually a couple points from, let's get to this contradiction that Chase pointed out, and this is from one of his shows.
Holy cow, that's cold. But I'm not.
We're going to go to Chase calling in. Then we're going to look and see if Michael is consistent in his application of this explanation for what happens with this character of Palamos. So St. Gregory Palamos, of course, is a saint amongst the Uniates. However, when we look, we're going to look at the dates of St. Gregory Palamos, and we're going to look at the Fourth Lateran Council and its teaching, which is decades prior to Palamos. We're going to see if this argument from Lofton actually holds up. So first, let's listen to Chase's challenge when he called in to Big Mike here.
The World a Worse Place, a fascinating book. Whether you're Protestant or Catholic, you're going to want to be here for that one. This hour, we're talking about orthodoxy and Catholicism with Michael Lofton. Your calls welcome, 888-31.
I mean, what would this guy do if he didn't have 1,000 videos about orthodoxy, right? I mean, it's pretty funny. I think he took it down, but like, you know, at one point it was like 3 or 4 of his top videos were people from our circles, right? And you know that was driving him nuts. And so I think he's done videos that have gotten more views than that now, but back in the day, right, it was like we were up there in like 4 or 5 of them. And I think he took down our Palamos talk, which is funny because, why'd you have to take that down? Interesting.
87884. Michael, lines are actually full. I was going to say filling up, but they're full. Shall we go to the phones?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, let's go to Chase in Wisconsin, watching on our website, Catholic.com. Chase, we're glad you're here. Go ahead with your question for Michael Lofton.
Hey, you guys can hear me right, okay?
Yep, you sound good.
Perfect. Awesome. I was curious, how can we make the claim that the Roman Catholic Church is united when the Byzantine or the Eastern Catholics, they venerate the Orthodox Saint Gregory Palamos, who was never in the Roman Catholic Church, and he would call the Filioque satanic and the Roman Catholic dogma satanic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's kind of similar to Saint Photius too. So I think that we have that same situation not only with Palamos but also Photius, who also wrote a long treatise on the Filioque, although he was under the impression that the Pope backed him up on his rejection of the Filioque, ironically. But yeah, I understand where you're coming from. This comes up a lot. How is it that within the liturgical calendar of some of the Eastern churches, there can be a veneration of somebody who did not deny in full communion with the Catholic Church and even wrote some things that are problematic? Well, 2 things. Number one, it's possible for a person to be united to the one true Church of Christ interiorly. Maybe they're not a card-carrying Catholic. Maybe not. Maybe they didn't have formal admission into the Catholic Church. But it's possible for them to be united to the one true church through interior bonds of faith, hope, and charity. So
now, what are the things that cut one off from that interior bond, which he is trying to rescue his position with? Well, thankfully, we have an encyclical which tells us what are the things that can cut a person off from that. And we'll go to Satis Cognitum. Trying to find the quote. This is a fairly long encyclical. I remember the quote. It's in Mystici Corporis and it's in Satis Cognitum as well. And it's that if even the denial of one of these dogmas with knowledge, right, separates one from the mystical body. So his attempted rescue with this interior secret Catholic disposition, that's denied by the knowledgeable rejection of Catholic dogma, which we're going to see that according to his own system and according to the ecumenical council prior to Palamos, that Palamos is knowingly denying a teaching of the Latin dogma of the church. And so that will remove his rescue position. So it might be, I know there's a statement like that in Satis Cognitum, but I might be thinking more specifically of the statement in Mystici Corporis, which is, let's see, maybe it's under denial. I haven't looked at these Catholic encyclicals in ages, so I don't remember everything. So I know he talks about being removed, so... So in Satis Cognitum, he talks about the unity of the church, the head being Christ, and then on earth, of course, it's the papacy, and that to sin against unity, right, and the magisterium is such that if you dissent in one of the doctrines, it is enough to remove you from the body. But I haven't read this stuff in 10 years, so I haven't paid attention to it in a long time. But I'm just remembering that it is in these two encyclicals, but I just have to find it. Here we go. You have to believe every one of them. Okay, so here we go. The church founded on these principles has done nothing with greater zeal to endeavor the integrity of the faith. Hence, she regarded as rebels those expelled from her ranks and the children who held all beliefs at any point contrary to the doctrines of her own. So this does not restrict this removal or the exclusion to a mystical secret doctrine of those who are secretly connected to the Catholic Church. Remember, Auctorum Fide that we just looked at earlier, it condemns the notion of an invisible church. But you just heard Michael Lofton say that you can reject Catholic doctrine if you've never joined the Catholic Church and still be secretly united to the Catholic Church. Oh, that's the invisible church doctrine. Yeah, exactly. But you'll notice that according to Satis Cognitum, to deny any point of doctrine. The Arians, the Montanists, the Novatians, Quartodecimians, Eutychians, they did not deny all doctrines. So notice that it's not a complete denial that makes you a heretic. They abandoned any and only a portion of it. Still, who does not know that they were declared heretics and banished from the bosom of the church for one area of doctrine? In like manner, we condemned all authors and heretical tenets who follow them in any age. There can be nothing more dangerous than the sect of the heretics, etc., etc. The practice of the church has always been, according to the unanimous teaching of the fathers, who were to hold as outside the Catholic communion, alien to the church, whoever would recede in the least degree from any point of her doctrine. So this right here immediately contradicts Michael Lofton's made-up rescue position for how Palamos, who called the papacy and the filioque satanic, can be rescued and can still be a saint. Even though he was considered a heretic for centuries, you can revise that, and now he's a saint. That was his rescue position, because he was interiorly, secretly joined to the church, and he wasn't explicitly in the church and condemned. Oh, really? Does the fact that, let's look at Palamos's dates. When was St. Gregory Palamos born? What were his dates? Because that might relate to this. We might have something to say. St. Gregory Palamos, born November 1296 in Constantinople, died in 1359. Let's see. When was the first dogmatic statement about the papacy? About filioque? Oh, 1274. Let's check these dates again. He died in 1359. The first dogmatic teaching of filioque, Council of Lyons. This is the Catholic Encyclopedia. Here you go. Latin and Greek. The from the Father and the Son filioque was part of the council. According to this, the Council of Lyons. Now, for those that don't know and want to go into the specifics, there is an amazing, excellent book on this topic that I'm going to recommend to you right now, which clearly Lofton hasn't read. And that is the book Crisis in Byzantium by Papadakis. And this is a book about the Palamite synods in response to the Council of Lyons. Did you know that the Palamite synods were called in response to a Roman Catholic dogmatic council called Lyons in 1274 that first dogmatizes the filioque, to reject the Roman Catholic dogma? So we got people in Palamite synods rejecting papal dogma and papal councils. And Michael's attempted rescue was that he didn't know, and he just had a secret interior disposition of Catholicism. Total baloney. Because the councils in the Roman Catholic system excommunicate anyone who does not accept that council. So if Lyons is 1274 and Palamos dies in 1359, almost 100 years later, Michael's explanation of Palamos being ignorant of what Rome really taught and what he was supposed to think, no, it's not ignorance. It's an explicit rejection of 1274, which is your dogma in Rome, which is what the Palamite synods were called to reject. What does Leo XIII say about a person who, how do you think Leo XIII would characterize somebody who 100 years later rejects a papal ecumenical council dogma and calls his own councils Palamite councils? Let's read him again. The practice of the Roman Church, he's saying, has always been the same, which was to hold outside the Catholic communion, alien to the church, that means damned, whoever would reject in the least degree any point of doctrine proposed by the magisterium. Total night and day of the evolved, innovative rescue position of Big Mike. And there is a similar argument in Mystica Corporis. And that's because you cannot be in communion as a conscious rejecter of dogma, is the point here. So his attempt to recast it as some interior exterior disposition thing is his own made up thing, or some clever casuistry from Vatican II stuff, right? Okay, this is talking about union to the mystical body. And I'm looking specifically where he will talk about in Mystica Corporis people being outside the mystical body. Now, notice that, of course, Palamos, who knows what Rome teaches, knows what the Council of Lyons taught in 1274, 100 years before he died, specifically has councils rejecting, right, the teaching of Palamos. He in the treatise, which I have the advanced copy. I don't have the print copy, but it's out now for those that don't know. The actual published copy is out. The apodictic treatise is out finally. And this is a monumental work because all of this argumentation that we just heard from him about, where's it at? About rescuing Palamos is essentially ended. Like all of that debate and the attempt to combine Palamos with Rome, that's done now. And it's done because the apodictic treatise is finally out. Here it is. So I'm going to give you guys that link as well. The physical copies are now available. I still have my old advanced copy, which I read 2 years ago. But so here is that. And the reason that this document is so important is that this represents the mature, clear attitude that St. Gregory Palamas had, specifically about the Latins, specifically about their filioque doctrine, which he correctly does understand, and which he specifically correctly rejects and calls satanic. Within the first few pages, he calls it satanic. And so if you do want to get this is a monumental translation and release. So it's been in the works for years, and Father Hears has finally got it out. The apodictic treatise on the procession of the Holy Spirit. It is St. Gregory Palamas taking the argumentation of St. Photius from the mystagogy, expanding it with a lot more logic, a lot more reasoning, a lot more in-depth argumentation beyond what St. Photius did. 100 years after the dogmatic statement of Rome in Lyons, affirming a double hypostatic procession, a double eternal hypostatic procession of filioque. In other words, the apodictic treatise destroys the ecumenist attempts of the Uniates and even Thomists, or whoever, to try to reconcile Palamos with Roman Catholicism. Because now he is clearly seen as a person self-cognizant of his rejection of Rome, of the papacy, and calls them satanic. And Michael tried to cast it as, well, he just didn't know. Oh, he knew what Lyons taught. And if you read Papadakis, you would know that. But this just shows, again, Michael doesn't have any knowledge of these topics. He blows past them and hopes that you do as well. All right, we gotta cut it short. We've gone 4 hours, and we've got, like I said, we've got several. Not just me. We're gonna have multiple people are gonna be replying to Big Mike here in the next several weeks. And I did want to find that other quote where. there's the same statement about how you're removed from the body by denying one doctrine in Mystici Corporis. So this one is also pretty long. Anyway, if you want to, you guys can fish through Mystici Corporis. You'll see that it's in there, just like Satis Cognitum. But we gone for 4 hours, and so I'm getting kind of tired. But let's do the super chats. But before we do the super chats, we do have to learn a little bit about what it is to be a sword master. And I did want to remind you too about some more of the kookery and quackery going on with these people. Now, you know, Big Mike likes to laugh at you know, us talking about what we talk about in terms of geopolitics, and I just wanted you guys to remember this classic. So the guy who snickers at talking about geopolitics because the Pope is not involved in the New World Order, according to Mike, right? He also gave us this classic.
Sword fight. You must think first, before you move.
So I don't know if he's trying to be funny because he slipped in his socky feet there. He slid on his wood floor. I don't know if that's supposed to be humorous, if this is supposed to be intimidating, if we're supposed to think this is cool. I don't know. It's completely cringe. I have no idea what this is supposed to mean, but I couldn't resist with the Star Wars kid sort of class. Maybe he was playing on the Star Wars kid viral stuff. Maybe he thought that would go viral or something. I don't know what those, but yeah, there's a little bit of Wu-Tang there from our boy Big Mike, baby. And let's see, what else do we have? Oh, I do also want to play this classic because we didn't get to him to. Oh, yeah. So here's this classic where he laughs about his sort of like gazing up into the sky when he giggles about this, right? Like he's really proud about the priest or whatever that he thinks is going to be converting. And I have no idea there's a priest converting, and it's entirely possible there is. So I don't see why this is some trump card. I mean, we can always point to people who leave for various reasons, but the reality is that the numbers are way more on our side. We have far more people leaving Rome for orthodoxy, which is why they have to expend all of this energy, these guys, telling you why not to leave. I mean, why are they having to engage in so much time and effort, dozens of videos, countless hours about us, if they aren't hearing endlessly about people leaving for orthodoxy? Well, that's why. Of course it is. And so when he hears or gets wind of one person converting, he goes off I mean, he's elated. I mean, he's like a giddy schoolgirl, right?
Enslaved by Truth says, I'm starting. It's a different J. Incidentally, I'm a cop.
The video's clipping out. Let's start it over.
Enslaved by Truth says, I'm starting. It's a different J. Incidentally, I'm a cop. Because I
don't know why this video doesn't want to play. Let me close some more of these windows because I got too many windows open. Maybe it'll play then. My computer can't handle the massive weight of Lofton's IQ. So I gotta scale down. By the way, it's interesting. I don't know if you guys heard Lofton's explanation of Pachamama, right? Which is funny because so many of the other people in his crew, his circles, like they were all pretty clear on what it was, and it was a scandalous, demonic thing. But he said, no, it's just Mary. Okay. Yep. Okay. Sure. Pachamama's Mary. Sure. Yeah. Okay. Let's see if this works.
Enslaved by Truth says I'm starting different, Jay. Incidentally, I'm a cop. The funny thing is, they got so hung partly because he's, but maybe.
Well, I don't know. I guess this clip won't play. So let me try playing it on my phone. Maybe it'll work then. Let's see if we can make it play. See, I've got it here on the phone. I think that had too many windows open. It's just too. Okay, here it goes. Let's see if it plays.
Enslaved by Truth says I'm starting. For him. Enslaved by Truth says I'm starting.
Okay, this file, whatever, is corrupted. It's not going to play. So it's just him bragging because there's a person who's going to convert, and he's like, just acting really weird, sort of gazing up into the sky like he's won this great victory, which in his head maybe he's won some great victory. But there's a classic encyclical you guys should check out about interfaith meetings. Again, everybody should read Mortalium Animos because it calls interfaith meetings apostasy, the very thing that his papacy engages in on a regular basis, called apostasy in Mortalium Animos. And of course, they explain that away and ignore it and don't care. But let's get to the super chats. If you guys would hit like and share, and let's get to some of these super chats. Super chat. Super chat. It's super chatty. Super freak. Super freaky. Frankie D, $5. Jay, have you done any videos claiming that about people claiming that Moses is a story retelling the Zodiac? No, I mean, I've heard, this kind of stuff in evangelical circles where they talk about the gospel and the stars. There may be something to that. And I know that, there is a zodiacal connection, or that, which is just the houses of the stars. It doesn't necessarily mean, astrology per se. But there might be a 12 houses of the zodiac connection to the 12 tribes. There could be something to that. But that doesn't mean that we believe in astrology, right? Because ancient calendars use the houses of the zodiac without necessarily believing in astrology. For example, John of Damascus on the Orthodox faith, he'll list the houses of the zodiac because that was just partly how they did calendars in the ancient world. So it doesn't mean that they're predicting the future on the basis of the stars. Christ is an Egyptian story. Yeah, I would think that that's a bunch of silly stuff. BMX 1966, awesome video on Mr. Lofton. He definitely needs help. Right. Well, contrary to what people think, maybe I think that we hate Michael Lofton or whatever, or Ibarra. No, I don't hate these guys. It's a shame that everything went so sour because, at one time we had these, what I thought were fruitful conversations. When Mike had me on to talk about Palamos, it was a great conversation and everybody was on good terms at that time. And, the successive things that he had a problem with and people making jokes and this kind of stuff, which, butthurt him so much. I think if he had taken the course of not taking himself so seriously and being a little more honest with the evidence and not being so jealous of people with bigger audiences and thinking that the way to get ahead is to, make a million videos about everybody else bigger than him. I mean, it just really is it betrays the weakness of what's going on with him. But I want Mike to convert to Orthodoxy and to do well. I don't hate Mike. I don't want ill things to happen to him, even though he's off, threatened to have this lawsuit over the priest thing months ago. But you'll notice that from our vantage point, clearly those profiles look fake. And when we contacted the priest, which he was touting this profile, the priest told us that that's not his profile and he's not saying that. And so that's when it was correct of us to say this is fake. Now, maybe Lofton is being duped. Maybe there's a person playing Lofton in regard to that profile. And maybe there's separately from that an Orthodox priest who decided that he wants to go to Rome. All those things are possible. But we did nothing wrong in being suspicious of all this and being suspicious of these claims. And we had good reason then to, again, according to the testimony of the priest, based on the phone number put on the profile, that it was not true and it was not him and it was fake. Now, who is the source of the fakeness? We don't ultimately know. Zach Floyton, $3. I play Dire Straits when I come to Mecca. Well, you and Francis would be on good terms there. Y'all would have camaraderie, and maybe y'all could hook up with Andrew Tate and Mohammed Hijab, and y'all could all have a party over there. Because y'all all on the same page, right? Eric Ibarra's Big Gulp. 525. This was a great stream tonight, Jay. Well, thank you so much, Eric Ibarra, Big Gulp. Look, the jokes about Eric are jokes. The trad world has done countless memes mocking me. I don't care. I think it's funny. I've done this long enough that jokes and this kind of stuff. Guess what? You're in the domain of public figure, dude. You can't sue people because your butt hurt. And that is what ruins people trying to get into the public persona, be public figures, is that when you display that level of butthurt, people sense that you're psychologically weak, and it really makes you look bad. So none of this, I'm not hurt. I'm not bothered by Lofton, but it was time to finally deal with a lot of these claims, and we've got several more things coming in the coming weeks as well. By other people, right? I don't intend to spend a whole lot of time on this stuff. I'm going to have one interview with a priest replying to Lofton very soon, and then I'm done with Lofton. And I've always been really, I don't pay attention to him. I don't follow his stuff until it gets to the point where, he's making multiple videos calling us out within a day. I mean, it's like, so when I saw that, I thought literally, as other people in the comments did, I thought, okay, what did Frank just do? Because the flare-ups don't come until, there's something that has to be covered up and distracted from in terms of Frank. And of course it is the scandal of the month, the synod of female deacons, deaconesses, and radical inclusiveness. So again, remember, for all of these diversions, they're in the pocket, and they're not in the pocket literally, but they're in they're in Frank's world, and so they have a much harder uphill battle to convince everybody why Frank represents Jesus than any of us have to deal with. Right? Again, thank you so much. I want to give props to Pope Francis, the greatest Orthodox apologist on the planet. Thank you so much for bringing so many people to the Orthodox faith. We couldn't do it without you. Pious Pigius, $3. Thank you so much, Pious Pigius. Much appreciated. That's a generous little $3 there, but I appreciate it. Tably, $30. See, everybody's getting generous now. Thank you for all of your content. The voice of reason in the vast sea of garbage. Pay Piggy. Ooh. Nah. Ooh. Nah. Thank you so much. That was a weird bootleg. Nobody knows that version of Pay Piggy. So that was a crazy one. Just for you, Tably. So much thanks to you for that $30. The germ, $50. The germ with a J. That's clever. Great work, Jay. Thank you. Well, thank you so much, Germ. I appreciate that. $50. Hey, we got some generous people in the house tonight. Christian Mario, $5. Do. Boom. Christian Mario is giving me $5 right now. What would your response be to Big Mike on Russia creating a parallel church. So this issue of the squabble between Constantinople and the MP is something that we've dealt with over the years in many different podcasts. I have an old podcast. Let me show you that. Let's see. What's it called? Spooky Subversion? And this will cover that in some depth. So here's a place to start. But in the case of a schism, I don't know that it would be a parallel Russian church. So I assume that you're talking about between the MP and the EP. And I assume that's what he was arguing. I don't know exactly what his argument is, but or do you mean a parallel Russian catacomb church that is out of communion with the Moscow Patriarchate? I'm not sure which one you mean, but I assume that you mean he would argue that two patriarchates in schism would be fundamentally problematic to the church, when that's happened throughout the history of the church, even in the first millennium. And so if patriarchs being in schism with one another is a fundamental marker of a false church, then he's undercut his own position, because that happened multiple times in multiple patriarchates in the first 1,000 years of Christianity, which he identifies as Roman Catholic, right? So if that's a mark of a false church, then he's undercut his own church. One more super chance, $50. Thank you so much. One more super chance, much appreciated. If you guys would hit like and share. I might return to the rest of his arguments about me personally. That's the only reason I really hopped on today's, because he did dedicate an hour to me. Please, if you would hit like and share. This pretty much lays out everything from our vantage point, from my vantage point. Look forward to the critique of Lofton from Father Michael and I that will be coming up in a few days, maybe this weekend or next weekend, I think, next weekend. And then some of our other good friends will also have some surprises in this regard.